unless your mods have other subreddits as well, in which case you might see that not light up when I haven't sent you something. So let's do the first things first. Can anybody who's a culture spacer or culture traveler make a luck save? I think that's just. I'm pretty sure that's just Butch.
I got spacer.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a culture traveler. I'm gonna make one for. See, and that's against your int. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not against your int. What am I talking about? It's a luck save. Yeah. So okay. There are 3 things. So Lauren, you sit down at your computer and browse the local exchange board, and you see that there are three jobs that look pretty good for you. And they're not all jobs. They're like there's 3 things of interest that you see.
Okay.
So the first one is the report about the MSS Basilisk, which is a mandate spaceship. It's probably worth a lot in salvage, but you know that it's like seeing Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. It's sort of everybody talks about it, but you don't know anybody who's ever seen it. You've never seen it. You don't know if it's real. It was spotted in H0703, and it would probably have some pretty valuable tech if you could get to it.
Okay.
And let's see. So the next one, you have it's on Space List. There's a posting from somebody named Alistair Whitaker Price III, and he's looking to get to Gonzales Afra is the planet. So it's a Gonzales system. Afra is the name of the planet there. It's the only planet there as far as I know. And he's particularly looking to basically for a chauffeur. And he has some contact information, but other than that, it's very sparse. He does mention in the posting that he wants a quiet delivery. So basically, he doesn't want any trouble. He just wants to get there and be dropped off. And then finally, there's a sort of frantic post. It's sort of written in randomly capitalized. It's not all spelt correctly. It's sort of all over the place, and it's from someone named Amelia McCoynigan, and she's looking for some private investigators. It looks like someone close to her has disappeared, and she wants to have someone find them and figure out what happened.
Do we know what system that particular job is from?
She says she doesn't know where he went. She knows where he was heading. So she kind of lists out a few details. There's not a ton of details, so you have to talk to her in person. But she basically says she doesn't know exactly where he went. She knows that he left a few months ago to look for work in another system, and she hasn't seen him since.
Okay.
Do any of those interest you? Do you want to follow up on those?
I would be interested in following up on the latter 2. The first one seems like a red herring.
Okay. Do you go to the crew and talk about this, or are you just picking the job and? Okay.
I do go and talk to them, and I mention, looks like we have 2 particular jobs that could be potentially interesting. One is kind of a silent drop-off kind of job in the Gonzales system, and the other is looking for someone that's gone missing. What do you guys think? Which would you think we should do?
We're not detectives. We should take the drop.
Yeah, first one sounds like it's got a lot less death attached to it. And after getting shot and almost dying, less death sounds good.
Alright. So I forget his name.
Alistair Whitaker Price the third.
Alistair Whitaker Price III.
So yeah, there's like a number on the thing. This is his name, by the way. So there's a number on the thing, and it rings for a moment. It's like a video phone, so it's sort of like a space age telephone, like space age Skype. It's space Skype. It's Skype. I can't put those words together, but it's space Skype, and it goes beep, 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 and it does that for a few minutes, and then a very genteel looking guy in a full tuxedo says, "Yes."
Hello, yes. My name is Lauren Helicard. and I'd noticed your request for a transport to the Gonzales.
Please hold. And he clicks, and you go and sort of play some traditional classical music for a good 2 or 3 minutes.
What the fuck? Am I in an elevator? Yes, I do. All while saying, "Why the frick am I in an elevator?"
So as you say, "Frick, I'm in an elevator." Am I in an elevator? It clicks back, and a fat British-looking guy goes, "Oh yes, yes, of course. Are you calling about my posting?"
Yes, I am.
Oh, very well. So I require some personnel. Are you capable of chauffeuring me?
To the Gonzales system? I believe
Yes,
we
of
are.
course. I will pay very well, of course. It will be 10,000 upfront fee, of course, and 5,000 for each jump that you have to make to pay for fuel, of course, and then a $10,000 bonus upon quiet delivery.
Now, to be quite blunt, sir, the last few jobs we've had to do, we've encountered pirates, and we...
Oh, I would have none of that, sir.
This is not because of... This is just due to the simple fact of it's the way of the world, and we would...
Sir, I will happily pay more if you can avoid the pirates. For me and my goods, we must arrive on Afra without molestation.
How much more are you willing to pay for such a service?
Yeah, just name a price already. So droll.
Add an additional 5,000 to each of us. Or for each jump, I apologize. And we will...
Oh, very well. Whatever. Sounds fine. 10,000 per jump. Sooner or later you're talking about real money, am I right?
Yes.
Oh, good. So yes, I will require you to load my goods. They are not to be tampered with, of course. It's private business. I require quarters. I will send my manservant over with the contract.
Very well.
What are your coordinates on the system?
We are currently in OOC. I don't remember where specifically we are in Minushi.
You're on Idalia in Minushi.
Thank
And
you.
he's on Minushi as well. So you can't actually talk with someone live like this unless they're in the same system as you. So he's basically just asking where to send his manservant.
We are in Docking Bay 94.
Very well, sir. I suspect this can all be done quickly. Giles, and he sort of shouts off screen, and it goes back to hold. Yeah, so he's coming down. He's sending someone with contract, and he's probably going to show up a little while later. In the meantime, between the time where this guy shows up at your door and starts knocking and now, is there anything anybody else wants to do? Want to buy something or whatever?
I forgot how many credits I have.
You should have got paid pretty good from that. Yeah, you're rich, biatch. If you don't have a gun, I highly recommend buying a gun.
Bows don't count?
Bows are fine. But some sort of projectile weapon or ranged weapon, because combat is super fucking deadly in this game.
I think we've experienced that last time.
Yes.
You could upgrade to an advanced bow.
I already have an advanced
Yeah, I think he has an advanced bow.
Oh, okay.
I have.
I haven't really looked at the rules for bows, or because it's a primitive weapon, and I suspect that you're going to be screwed later on, and the bow might not do for you. But
I was going for
we'll
Space
see what we
Ninja, Space Assassin kind of thing.
yeah, we might need to I think there might be some other rules that you might want to look at. There's a supplement called for unarmed fighting, which you might want to take a look at, and then martial arts and shit. And then I think there's another one for more primitive weapons and sort of futuristic primitive weapons.
All right, I can do that in off time then.
Yeah, I'll send you some links.
Cool.
So does anybody want to buy stuff?
I
Yeah.
did. I'm looking for the items of.
Okay.
Can I get 2
Pet-
grenades?
You can get 2 grenades. They are 25 credits apiece. You can get as many as you like. This is a tech level 4 world. Guns in this universe are pretty normal. Like walking around armed, not an unusual thing. You might be disarmed. Like people might disarm you before going into a specific place, but walking around any of these planets armed, totally normal.
Can I just like buy stuff, or do we have to
Yeah,
do
just
a buy
you
sort
just
of
buy it.
thing?
No, you can just buy
Okay.
it. It's you mark off the credits and it's honor system, so don't fuck around with it too much. I'm not gonna come audit you though. So yeah, anything tech level 4 and lower you can just buy. Tech level 5 you're probably gonna have to go out of your way to find. It's gonna be hard to find. So like if you wanted to buy a plasma projector, well not actually no, plasma projectors are tech level 4, but if you wanted to buy a thunder gun, that's gonna be hard to find. You might have to do some work to get it. And thunder guns are awesome because they literally tear them apart from the inside.
I wanted to buy a laser rifle and some tools.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So laser rifle is 300, and I think tools are pretty cheap. Do you guys have exosuits or vac suits rather?
I bought a vac suit.
I was gonna.
I should probably buy one.
What's
They're
it?
100 apiece. It's worth having more than you need because sometimes they'll break or rip as a part of you being outside in space, and you might need to replace them. Just a suggestion.
Looks like a vac suit or vac skin is a tech level 5 version.
A vac skin is a tech level 5 version. It's so a vac suit is like a spacesuit, like a modern day spacesuit.
Right.
It's bulky, it's heavy, it's good as a hazmat suit as well, or a scuba suit. It's got more encumbrance. That's the big deal. A vac skin is like a futuristic sort of like Mass Effect kind of spacesuit where you got like the little face mask and it's very form-fitting and it's very easy to move around in, as opposed to the much tougher to move around in thing. And I think yeah, they apply so vac suits are cumbersome. They apply a -2 penalty to all hit rolls and skill checks that require movement. Those with culture, spacer, or exosuit skills at 0 or higher can ignore this penalty. No armor can be worn with a vac suit, although the suit itself is AC 7.
Oh, wait, cool. I can actually ignore that then. Sweet.
Yeah, and then a vac skin you can wear with actual armor. It requires no oxygen tank, and it can it recycle. It's like it can recycle your sweat and body waste into drinkable water. So it's like in Dune they have the still suits, I think they're called, and that's what they are. They're like super advanced stuff, and they do require power, but that's it. So yeah, if you want to just get some tools, that's fine. You can get toolkit of various types. They're on page 42.
I took post-tech, because post-tech is like
Yeah,
what we're in
post-tech
now,
is
right?
the normal. Yeah, it's like everything around you
Pre-tech's
is
like the
post-tech.
super rare shit.
Yeah, that's going to be like the stuff from Earth, from before the screen. And then astronautic tools are like, your flux capacitors for your ship and stuff. Yeah.
How much does ammo cost again?
I believe that's on page 40. It's for regular ammunition, it's 10 per 20 rounds. So you spend 10, you get 20 rounds. And then missiles are more expensive. Yeah. I think so. If that's all you want to buy, that's fine. If you guys want to do anything else,
Just question for Gonzalez. What's the tech level / is it a primitive type planet that we'd be going to? Potentially?
it is not primitive. I'm pretty sure it's tech level 4, or
Okay.
it might be tech level 3. Hold on one second. I will look it up. Gonzalez is tech level 3. And so does any of you have, I guess you don't, there really isn't skills for this, so I might just tell you. I don't see, there's no history skill, so, oh no, there is. So if you guys want to all roll your history skill, I'll see what I can tell you else about Gonzalez. Like tech level, you all just kind of know. It's in the Galactopedia. But I can tell you about Gonzalez a little bit if you want to roll your history. to see if I can. Butch, are you going to roll your history or no?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was reading. What are we rolling against?
History. And your int is the skill of choice. Yeah. So that's good. So what you guys know, Tacitus, you don't really know much of anything other than it's the sort of the central trade route for most of the system between the Unified Society, which is the blue, and the People's Republic, which is the red area. The other two of you know that it used to be the capital of the sector. Probably like 100 years ago, it was the capital of the sector, and it was under the Asgard Psi Authority, which was the previous government that broke down after a major war with an alien race. And part of what has happened after that breakdown, there was some discussion about various things that the one society, the Unified Society, thought were bad, and the People's Republic thought were good, and they fought and became two separate entities, and now they sort of fight over this no man's land that was the previous capital. It's tech level 3, mostly because everything's been blown to shit. So it's kind of it's not that it's a lower tech world, it's that all of the old tech is sort of blown up and blown away. So it is also there's only one world in Gonzales. It's Afra, which was the previous capital. So that's what you guys know. Cool. So if you guys are done buying stuff, then I believe you guys hear a knock on the door. Very nice. Do you guys? It's much more like hollow and clangy because it's like a spaceship door. Speaking of, I thought a little bit about your spaceship to give it some better understanding. It's a 6-decked spaceship, so there are 6 decks to it. Each deck is about 10 feet tall, so it's totally about 60 feet tall. Maybe a little bit more because there's like thick armor and stuff, and it's off the ground a bit. So actually sitting on the ground, it's probably 80 feet tall. The bottom 2 decks are joined in such a way that you can store more cargo. And there's a big sort of flopping, like it sort of, the bottom of the ship drops out so you can load cargo easily. It's quite large. It's about 100 meters long and, like I said, 80 feet off the ground. So I'm mixing my units, but that's like 300 feet long and 80 feet tall. And it's about 75 meters wide, so it's 200 feet wide. You can fit quite a lot of stuff. The deck above the cargo decks is your engineering area, your ship core, your spike drive, all that stuff is there. The level above that is sort of like common area. It's your mess hall, it's your kitchen, that kind of thing. Any other areas you guys have for like recreation, so you have like probably a common room, that kind of thing. And then the 5th deck is your quarters, and then the top deck is your bridge. And the top deck is smaller than the rest. It's sort of just the dome of the ship. I'm not going to assign any shape or design to it. You guys can go look around on like the ship porn subreddit or any of like the various subreddits. If you want to find a picture, that's okay. Otherwise, we'll just use this red square for now.
We weren't going to go with that RV thing?
I think that probably isn't. It's funny, but it's like, come on. But yeah, if you guys come across a ship design you like, go ahead and send it to me and I'll put it in there. But I don't want to like, you guys can sort of determine what it looks like. Yeah, so you hear this clanging sort of bang, bang, bang on the door, and someone sort of calming over like an intercom saying, "Hello."
Why, hello, yes. This is the Jack Rose. How can we help you?
I'm Giles. I'm here to administer the contract.
Oh, yes, indeed. Please come in.
Yes, of course. You must open the door first.
Oh, right. My bad. I go and I hit the button and proceed to go to the door I just opened for him.
Oh, how gosh. And so it, lowers down and clangs on the ground. When you get down there, he's still standing there. He doesn't want to like come in because it's impolite. And behind him, there are about 6 or 10 big metal boxes. They're probably 5 feet on a side, in cubes. Yes, of course. Are you the proprietor of this vessel?
I am.
Very
Please,
well.
please come in.
Quite. Do you have some sort of table?
Not currently. We just recently purchased this
Very
ship.
well. And he sort of looks behind him and like gestures, and a little spheroid robot just sort of like rolls up behind him. It's a little VI in it. And he goes, very well, table. And it sort of just sits there and chirps at him. No, table. I could never work these things. And he goes and he pokes it a few times, and eventually it sort of pulls out a flat surface and holds it up. And he places down a few sheets of paper, and it's at the top. It's a contract for work, and it has a big list of legalese. Do you want to read it, or you just want to sign it?
I want to read it
Sort of
over
holds a
briefly.
pen. Yeah, he holds a pen to you, and he's like, and it's actually like a data pad, so it's not really paper. It's like there's a thick data pad, and he's holding you like a virtual pen. You read it. It looks like a normal contract. Do you want to roll? Just roll a straight up int check. So just 2d6 plus your int. I don't think there's a better skill for this. So if you see a skill for this that you want to use, you can use it. But I guess
I
technically-
totally did that wrong. Yeah. Roll. There we go.
Yeah, so it looks like a normal contract. There's nothing seems out of the ordinary to you. You're not a lawyer, but you're not. You've done this before, so the contract looks fine. It's saying we'll pay you 10,000 credits per standard in standard astronomical unit or standard astronomical travel unit, which is 1 hex, and 10,000 up front and $10,000 bonus if there's nothing that goes wrong in the interim. And they got some other legalese about what delivery means and so on and so forth, but it's just a contract.
Right. I go ahead and sign that.
All right, so you put your John Hancock on it, and he says, "Oh, very well. No more table going." And it just sort of sits there and chirps at him again, just looking like it's got a little ocular sensor, like a camera pointed at him, and he's just sitting there, and it takes him a few minutes to like poke it and get it to go away. And he goes, "Very well, have these loaded within the hour. We will require you to leave by then."
Very well. So I go. I'm assuming he walks out.
Yeah, he just starts to walk away back to the car that he took to get here. It's like a little hover vehicle.
All right. When I was looking over the contract, was there a specified delivery date?
There wasn't. There was just deliver me to Gonzales Afro. Like, you have to take me there.
All right.
That's the contract.
So I call over Tacitus and Patrick. Hey, could you guys start loading in these boxes? I got to go talk to one of the guys on the dock and try and see if we can get this ship filled up with some fuel, because we haven't done that yet, and we don't have any.
That is true. That is true.
Is there like a
what is
forklift?
your? There's probably some tools you can. You have tools in the ship to load the boxes. Like, they're huge boxes, so you're not going to just be able to lift them. But you probably have like a grav lift or something. I don't know. Whatever you want to make up. You have the ability to load stuff into your ship. If one of you was a telekine, you could just like lift it up. But sadly, you're not.
I'm gonna go get the grav lift and start loading boxes.
Yeah, and it's just like I don't know if you've ever seen it at a grocery store like Home Depot. They have the little pallet movers. It's like one of those. It just hovers.
I think we have, right, Paul?
We might have in our time seen such a thing.
Another one from the casket.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you have like a little pallet mover thing, and you
It's
can
called a pallet jack.
pallet jack. Thank you. I don't know. I just called him the thing that I rode down the bread aisle with. Anyway, yeah. So you can load that stuff up. What you want to go buy some fuel?
I do.
What's your What's your life support look like?
My life support?
Yeah, you got to keep track of your life support.
Oh yeah, that is true.
I've
Life
told
su-
you to mark that off a bunch of times last week.
Yeah, we're still pretty good. We have 280 life days worth.
Okay, so right now you have 4 people on your ship. You're going to have another 1 or maybe 2. So keep that in mind. It's going to be your life support is going to needs are going to go up. So make
Right.
sure you calculate that out before you start flying. That is the last time I'll warn you about that, and I will ask you all the time about how much life support you have. So make sure to give me numbers so I keep track.
All right.
Okay, so let's see how much fuel is going to cost you.
If I remember correctly, it was supposed to be like 200 a unit or something.
I think that's right. I forget. Fuel. Lifeboats, fuels, bunkers. I need to go down to. I think it's fuels per world.
Here we go, page 69. 100 credits per drive rating. This cost is multiplied by 2.
Refueling. A ship must be refueled after each drill, no matter how short. If the ship has been equipped with fuel coots. Refueling costs 100 credits per drive rating. Multiplied 2 for frigates. Yep. So 200 apiece. You can store up to 3. I think you have 0 at the moment. So.
I do. I want to completely fill up.
All right. So knock that off your pay that somehow.
I'm taking it from the ship fund.
Okay. That's the Jack Rose spreadsheet that you shared, right? Like that's
Yep.
where all the numbers are kept. That's
where-
a live sheet. Is that a Google Doc or is that just an Excel sheet?
That's an Excel sheet that should be being
Okay.
shared.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on that then. Yeah, and I don't think you took any damage. You don't need maintenance till the end of the month, right?
Didn't we get a hole blown out the side?
We got that fixed already.
Yeah, but you already got
Oh,
that
okay,
fixed.
good.
It's not pretty. Like it's so it's on the sort of the bottom side of the ship. They like kind of on the side maybe. I think last week I said it was on top, but it can't be with that organization of the ship. So it's not on top. It's on like the side. And yeah, you got it patched over. It looks like there's a piece of sheet metal that someone welded over it, but it's fixed. So yeah. So I think you're good to go. You got everything you need. Yeah. So this is another thing you might want to write down. 1 day of stores for 1 person is 20 credits at most supply stations. So unless I give you a reason it's not, it's going to be 20 credits for 1 person day of life support.
So, okay. I will mark that down somewhere. Okay. I'll figure out a better place for that later. But we should have plenty because it should not take more than a month to get there, and we have.
Yep, should take a total of 18 days. Actually, you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. I think I'm going to speed things up a little bit, so it's only going to be 3 days of warp. And the reason for that is I don't want to have to do a faction turn every single week. That's going to get pretty fucking tedious. So I'm going to shorten it so that you're taking 3 days, you're in spike space for some amount of time, and you land for some amount of time. It'll be different, and depending on what we need. So
Fair enough.
yeah. So it's going to be 3 days per hex from now on. You got some kind of upgrade. Congratulations. Finley did you a solid, fixed something for you.
It was
He turned
'cause
off the emergency brake, is what he did.
It's because I gave him those space brownies.
Yes. What are in those space brownies? Who knows?
Chocolate. And stuff.
Space flower.
Yeah. Apparently space Swedish chocolate.
Yes, I still do have a pound of Space Swedish chocolate brownies as well.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So an hour passes. You guys load up the cargo without issue. Do any of you like try to inspect the cargo at all, or?
I don't,
Nope.
considering we're still new to this. I'd rather not sell your reputation.
Okay. What about the other two here?
Nope.
The guys who are loading
I'm
it,
hiding somewhere in the ship, keeping to
Okay.
myself.
hiding in the computer room.
Shirking work.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Watching all
Hiding
the
in the back
monitors on
room,
the
as
ship.
it were.
Tacitus, are you taking a look at them?
Nope, I'm just loaning him.
All right. So it's Tacitus and Patrick who actually handled the things, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you both make a mental effect save?
Hold on, I'm still looking for it. Oh, wait, I actually made
Yeah,
it.
you did it. You clicked the right thing. Patrick.
Butch.
Butch. Are you there, Butch? It's me, Margaret.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you both, as you're loading this, at first you think it maybe it's just because you're doing some work, you're dragging some shit around, but you both start to feel lightheaded, and the world just kind of seems to swirl and glow brighter colors, almost like you were like tripping, almost like it's a pretty intense feeling, like you're feeling kind of high, basically from being around these boxes. So that is a thing that happened. So yeah, an hour passes and a limo, like a hover limo, drives up outside. You can see this on a camera, Lauren. I assume you're like somewhere where this would pop up.
Yes.
And maybe you're on the bridge or something. And you get a chirp over your comms, which says Alistair Whitaker Price, sort of caller ID.
I answer it.
Oh yes, I've arrived. Are you ready?
Very well. Come aboard.
Quiet. And you see on the monitor some large guy get out of the car. He's maybe like 5'6", and he probably weighs about 300 pounds. He's massive. He's wearing like a full tuxedo with tails, and he's got a cane and a top hat. No monocle, surprisingly. The butler from before, Giles, is also with him. He opens the door and escorts Mr. Alistair to the entrance, where he knocks clang, clang, clang on the door.
Please come in. And I have the door already open.
Yeah, so they like, he must have found somewhere to knock, and he walks on. He sees his boxes off in the distance, probably artfully arranged, I'm sure, in the corner, and he says, "Oh, this is very, very droll." And he sort of looks around for like an elevator or something, and he goes, "How do I get up?" And he's like holding up a phone or something to his mouth.
You take the stairs.
Oh my, that won't do.
Well, unfortunately...
Giles dear, carry me. And Giles looks at him, and his eyes just widen. He goes, "Sir, that simply will not happen. I'm so sorry. I simply cannot." Yes, very well. I suppose I will have to take the stairs. And he sort of trots off and walks up the stairs. By the time he gets to the bridge, which is 6 floors up, he comes up to you because he wants to like talk to you and say, "Hey, you're being a dick for not having an elevator," which you do not have. You are correct, based on the fact that you said you don't have one. I will remember that. He's sweating profusely. His face is beet red. He has taken off his jacket, which you can tell he never does. And he says, "Where are my quarters?"
Oh, they're at the bottom of the stairs. Was that all? You could have asked that before you came out.
Sir, no. Where are your quarters?
Why do you want my quarters? That was
He
not
holds
part
up
of
a
the
cred
arrangement.
stick. He holds up a cred stick and he goes, "I am not walking those stairs again." And he tosses the cred stick at you. "Where are your quarters?"
I'd take a look at the cred stick to see how much is on it.
1,500.
I'm sorry, my quarters are not worth 1,500, and I toss it right back at his face.
Very well, then I will have you remove the cargo from your ship. There is a provision in the contract to make it null and void, of course.
Fine. You can have my quarters. I just walk right back up to him and take the cred stick out of his hand.
He does not give it to you. It's gone. It's in his pocket. Unless you want to stick your hand down his pocket, I don't recommend it.
My quarters are at the bottom near your cargo.
They aren't, by the way. They're on the floor right below you. They're only one floor down. All the quarters are. I thought you were just lying to him.
I just wanted to make him go up and down several times, see if I can make him lose a couple pounds.
He looks at you and he goes, "Very well, I will stay here." And he looks for a chair and he just plops down in one, and he's not moving.
All right. Well, I guess we get going. Hey, Tacitus, you ready to get this thing flying?
Let us fly.
All right.
All right, so yeah, you can take off, no problem. It's just normal for you. You want to make your first navigation roll?
Yes. Is that an int attribute?
Yes, it is. Navigation will pretty much always be int. There are a few cases where it won't be, but yeah, so you navigate no problem. And you are heading, what's your course that you want to set here?
Just straight for the Gonzalez system, so HO 502, I would think there, Tacitus.
That's my plan.
Okay, can you all make a luck check? Nice. Okay, are you guys, like, during the 3 days you're in transit here, are you guys doing anything? Just hanging around?
I'm flying the ship, navigating, important stuff.
We have 6 people aboard.
Yes, you have the normal crew, including Ziggy. He's in his quarters dealing with some MES crap. And you have both the butler and the gentleman.
Okay. So I was just calculating life day and stuff.
Yep. So that should be 18 total life days that you knock off.
I just did.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess if you guys don't want to do anything in particular, you can make another navigation roll.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
1 second. I think. Go ahead and make your roll. Yep, you can navigate through no problem. You are heading to 403.
Navigated the fuck out of that.
You did. Yeah, so now as you transition, a couple things happen. Let me look up one thing real quick. Yeah, so the first thing that happens is when you land in the system, so spike jumps are pretty quick. You actually make the spike jump and then you're sitting for some amount of time to let your spike drive cool down. So you're in a part of space. That part of space is, like I said last week, not physically located near any of the other stuff on the map. It's located close to it in spike space, but not necessarily in real space. However, what you see when you land here is some of the biggest ships any of you have ever seen. We are talking absolutely, unequivocally massive ships. They are perhaps the size of small cities. There are a few smaller ships around, and on all of the smaller ships, you see the insignia of Lorne and Tacitus's home country, the People's Republic. And on some of the bigger ships, you see a different symbol that you've seen before, having been up in their part of space. It's the ships of the Unified Society. They immediately hail you, all of them at once. Who's your computer guy? Is that Ziggy?
I think that's Patrick.
Okay, yeah. Can you make a computers check? Yeah, so fortunately you're good at your job, and you manage to route all this stuff and pick out the flagship of each of the 2 capital fleets that you are seeing in front of you. And you bring them probably, like, how are you going to deal with this? They're both like hailing you like, we want to talk to you right now. you're in a bad place.
Is there a way to do them both at the same time?
Yeah, you could probably bring up like split screen or something. So you
Yeah,
want
I'll
to bring
do
them
that.
up on screen? Yeah. So
Yep.
you bring them both up on screen, and everybody else on the bridge. So you, Lauren, and Tacitus, but not Giles. Giles, I think, has probably found some actual quarters to use, some empty quarters. You have plenty of empty quarters, by the way. They're just not used by anybody. Probably about room for 20 people if you had to push that. And what you see is a man on one side wearing a bright red, sort of like burgundy uniform. It's obviously a military uniform. He has medals and stuff all over it. Several stars on his left sleeve. He's got a beard, and he's looking at the screen. And on the other side, you see someone in a similar uniform. He's got some leaves, some like maple leaves on his sleeve instead of stars, and he's wearing a blue uniform, dark blue.
Space Canada.
Yeah, so the guy in the red uniform, and this, I swear to God, I rolled this, so it's not me being cliche, I promise. He goes, and they actually both say this at the same time, but I can't do two accents at once. So he goes, "What are you doing here?" And as you start to respond, the other guy goes, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
We're trying to get through it. We just want to get to Gonzalez.
You understand this is, and it jumping back to the other guy, this is no man's land. This is not place for civilian.
We didn't get the memo. You guys were having your war today. We just want to go to
There is
Gonzalez.
no war, sir. There's no war here. Lade, this is a polite non-confrontation. And I think at this point, they start to like hear themselves echo. So they're like hearing the other person talking. And the Russian guy, who is the last not to speak, "Why are you talking to those blue pig dogs?"
You guys both yelled at me at the same time, man.
I suppose it is likely story. What are you doing? Why are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go through here? The other goes, "Laddie, that's a good question."
We came from that other planet. It was fucking Manushi? Manushi, I guess, would be.
Okay, you come from Manushi system, so you are blue pig dog. Okay, I blow you up now.
No, man, we're trying to deliver space brownies to Gonzalez.
Why are you trying to go to Gonzalez? Gonzalez is contested system.
Because that's where the space brownies are needed, man.
And he's just looking at you through the screen. And he goes, "Little girl, I do not have time for blue pig dog to smuggle into Gonzalez. Get out of my sector."
Absolutely, sir. Right away, sir.
He clicks off the screen, and the Scottish guy starts talking, and he goes, "Laddie, is it true you're from Manushi? You're coming from Manushi?"
One of our guys is.
Where are you from, Laddie?
I'm a space orphan.
Oh, all right, that's fine. Well, I suppose come aboard the ship. They're gonna blow you out of the sky if you don't. They could give a shit about you.
I will relay that message to the captain, sir. One moment, sir.
All right, Laddie. You don't have to call me sir. I work for a living.
I'll hail Lauren and pass on.
Yeah, so they're probably like on the bridge with you. Like I imagine you're like on the bridge working. You know, this is your job.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, Lauren, you hear this Scottish guy.
Tacitus, put us in that big ship right the frick now. I would rather not have the Jack Rose be blown to shit.
I understand,
I'll just
Captain.
put it out with you. You definitely lose a fight with a capital ship, a capital fleet, and a strike fleet at the same time. Just putting it out there.
Oh, come on, it'd be like the X-Wing on the fucking Jedi run.
Yeah,
We'll be
except
fine.
it's a single X-wing against probably 1,000 TIE fighters and several dozen, like maybe a dozen Star Destroyers.
Read a freaking armada versus a single X-wing. It won't go well. Get us
Yeah,
in
so
that effing ship.
can you make a pilot check, Tacitus?
That would be vehicle space.
Yes, vehicle space against your. I think your Dex is the accurate one there. Oh yeah, you get with total speed and deft maneuver, as only you could provide. It's savant-like, and they actually like people are like sort of like doing little flips and stuff to like try to show off, and then you like do the flips too in like a giant, space freighter, and you're like keeping right up with them, no problem. And you manage to dock with this ship. I need a ship name. Hold on. You dock with the. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh shit! Come on. Here we go. Ship names. You dock with the USS Wessex, and it's a pretty standard capital ship. Have any of you do you have like a soldier background or Navy background or something?
I am a navigator's mate? Astrogator's mate.
Astrogator's
That was my
mate. Yeah,
background.
so you probably, at some point in your life, you've probably seen a capital ship before. Hang on one second. I'm just writing down who you met here. Scottish. S. Yes, Admiral aboard the USS Wessex. Okay. Yeah, so you know exactly where to dock. You get right in, no problem, and you set it down very gently. At this time, Lauren, you get a comm sort of thing, like over the ship comms. You hear Giles asking what's going on. Oh, what are you doing?
We're currently docking with a capital ship so we don't get blown to shit.
Oh dear, that's
yeah.
very disturbing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Very well. And he just clicks off the comm, and yeah, he's not really interested in talking. He just wants to know what's happening. Yeah, so you dock in this ship, and you enter like a huge space. It's got to be full kilometer long, probably 200 meters tall, maybe half a kilometer wide. It's a massive, massive hangar. There are dozens of fighters around. Smaller ships, that kind of thing. So there are like docked in this ship, and you get another hail from the fleet admiral. You recognize the code now.
We answer.
He goes, "All right, laddie. Who am I speaking to?"
Lauren Halladar.
Halladar. Is it Halladar or Halcard? I thought it was Halcard for some
Oh,
reason.
Halcard. You're right. Sorry.
Hey, I know your name better than you do, because I'm the GM. Anyway, no. So, lad, I'm going to need to know who you are, why you're transporting anything through here, and who said you could go to Gonzales, because pretty sure no one's supposed to go there.
So, I'm Lauren Halcard.
Aye?
We're going to the Gonzales system on a job, as we are a freelance type ship.
All right, fair enough.
And we were completely unaware we weren't allowed to go to the Gonzales system.
Well, it's not that you're not allowed, it's that nobody in their right fucking mind would ever go there.
Fair enough. Either way, we now have a giant whale of a person on our ship with cargo that we need to deliver.
He sort of chuckles a little bit. He's like, that's great. This guy's good. I like this guy. Yeah, all right, lad. Well, we're not heading there, but as you can see outside, there's a lot of really big ships. You're not a really big ship. You can tell because you're in my ship and in your ship at the same time. So, here's the deal.
Okay.
I don't actually know what the deal is. We need to figure out how to get you out of here without that Russian bastard blowing you to smithereens. Have you any ideas?
I would normally would suggest we shoot the shit out of them, but that's probably a bad idea.
No, that's not a good idea at all. Lauren, have you ever been in the capital ship fight?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah, you don't want to get in one, let me tell you. I've been in a few, not fun.
Okay, so that option's off the table. Let me ask a couple of my crew. Maybe they have a couple ideas.
Alright, lad. By the way, you can call me Thomas. That's Tamhas. McLewis. That's my name. I'd be Fleet Admiral Thomas McLewis.
All right, Admiral McLewis. I will get back to you as soon as we have an idea of anything, of what we could suggest of doing.
Alright, laddie.
Thank you,
He
kindly.
clicks off the comm. Yeah, so what do you guys want to do?
I go and I mention and discuss the current situation with Patrick and Tacitus and try and get their input of current ideas of what we could do.
Is anybody else wishing we had voted for Space Detective right now? Show of hands.
So, I just add a character for a minute. I did not actually realize that this would be a thing that would happen. But as part of my faction turn, that's where the capital fleets moved. So there it is. That makes me super happy. I'm very glad of that. Okay. Continue.
Can't we just swing around, go up to 402, then 302, then 303?
If we had the fuel for it, maybe. But we don't. We have enough for one more sector jump.
We're on a cap ship. We can buy fuel, can't we? They're bound to have fuel trawlers or something.
Yeah, you're an Astrogator's mate, you would know this. They probably definitely have some extra fuel they could give you. You'd have to ask. You might have to pay more than usual for it, because it's not something they can just give away, but...
So that's a possibility. But that still doesn't solve the impending problem of there's a giant fucking space Russian ship outside that will shoot the shit out of us once we leave.
But if we jump, if we get fueled up and just make the jump, leave the ship and just immediately spike jump out, would they get us before we made it out of the sector?
Go ahead and roll Tech Astronautics. Patrick. You have no fucking clue.
And if we were to attempt that, even if we were to do it, why would we randomly jump to a few different random sectors instead of just going straight to Gonzales?
Yeah, that also makes good sense. I don't know if they can track what sector we jump to.
On top of that, even if they could, they're going to be busy dealing with the capital fleet we're currently with. Add character. Is there a possibility of getting a cloaking field, perhaps?
If it's in the book, you could potentially get it. I'm going to say that you're on a capital ship that would probably benefit from the use of a cloaking field, and they're not using a cloaking field. Take that as you will.
Okay. Well, perhaps.
So, as you're having this discussion, you hear a knock at a side door. It's actually at the level of the bridge. And you know about this. It's like a hatch, basically. And it's used usually for when you're docked in space. That's where you attach your ship.
Okay.
And it's just like a polite knock.
I go and I turn on the camera to see who's at that door.
It's a guy in a uniform. He looks like maybe like enlisted.
I say over the intercom to that door. Hello, yes. What can I do for you?
I need to get into this accent. And I'm gonna roll a different accent because I can't get into it. He goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna need to get in here and I gotta inspect your ship.
Inspect it for what?
I gotta make sure there are no like like fucking contraband and shit. Like that's what happens when people come on the like when we don't have a military ship on here, we gotta inspect them. So
All right. Hang on. I'll come let you in.
all right,
I close down the comms and you're like, I'm not entirely sure what our guest brought with them, but judging by how you guys looked a tad bit high when you came back up here, I'm guessing that might be contraband. If that is the case, let's go get our guest and make him walk with us. That way, in case shit goes down, we can immediately throw him under the space bus.
Do we need to get the pallet jack to move his ass around? Because I don't think he's going to walk around anywhere.
I think he will when we bring on part of capital ship's navy to his door.
Oh, we're so going to lose that bonus. I'm down for it, though.
We may lose the bonus, but I would rather lose the bonus and have our lives and the Jack Rose intact than not. So I head down with Patrick to the specific room our guest is sitting in.
okay.
Um,
Yeah. Do you dock?
I do knock.
So he goes, yes. Who is it?
This is the captain. We currently have a minor situation and we require your presence for something.
I knew I should have hired someone more professional. Very well. One moment. And so the door slips open, and you see the room is just a complete mess. And he walks out. He's still in total, like, perfect tuxedo, like, just totally well put together. But the room is just strewn with, like, trash, and he just hasn't really taken. He doesn't care. And he goes, very well. Where are we going? The door closes behind him. You guys are kind of like pushed up against the back of the hall by his girth.
We're going to the cargo hold. And
Oh dear, not the stairs again.
yes,
And he holds
indeed,
he holds two fingers to his forehead, and then places them in the air. He's like, very well. Did any of you ever let the enlisted guy on the ship?
Not yet. We were coming to let him in.
Okay.
So
he was actually at the level of the bridge. Maybe you told him to go down to the cargo, and that's how you could enter.
Probably.
Yeah.
I thought he was at the cargo level area.
Yeah. So there are two entrances here. There's the entrance for cargo, and there's the entrance to, like, when you're docked in space. There's like a thing that attaches to the side of your ship that you can walk in and out much more conveniently. It's probably there's like maybe two of them. There's one that's at the quarters level and one that's at the bridge level, and you can get out to either of them, and that's how docking works.
All right.
So yeah, you go and you pick up Giles. You head down the stairs. He's obviously more pleased going down the stairs than going up. But by the time you get down there, you see, like, you probably lowered the cargo door, and Joe is in. The enlisted guy is in there. His name is Joe Burke. You'll know that in a minute. Actually, you see it on his uniform. He's like wearing coveralls, and you see Seaman Burke, or you see Burke on it, and he says, "Yeah, hey, I'm Joe Burke. I'm the guy who's gonna inspect shit." And he's just sort of like scratching his head. He's kind of like a wiry guy, short, dark hair. And he goes, "Yeah, so why don't you show me around?"
Sure. You were mainly here looking for cargo and such, correct?
I mean, I gotta inspect your ship. It's not nobody has like cares, but like the protocol is someone comes on the ship, you have to inspect them, and make sure they're not, carrying bombs or, anything that could really, fuck shit up,
Sure. Why don't we?
We don't know if you're a spy or not, basically, but let's be honest, you're probably not a spy, right?
No, I am not a spy.
And you probably wouldn't tell me if you were. Okay. Where are you from, buddy?
I'm originally from a system a little south of here.
Okay, gonna need a name, and he's holding out like a data pad.
And I go and I put in Minushi for now, because that's where we originally were coming
He goes,
from.
buddy. First of all, north-south don't really happen in space, but if you were looking at the map, this is north. You might want to hold that right side up from now on. He just sort of like taps you on the shoulder. He looks over at Tacitus and Patrick and asks the same question. He's like, "Hey, where you guys from? I gotta mark this down."
Aerophile.
Isn't that a Republican? That's in Sedevi, isn't it?
That is correct.
All right. He writes it down. You, where you from? Wait, you're the
I
space
don't-
orphan.
I don't have a home.
All right. You're from planet Sad. Okay. And you got anybody else on the ship?
Just a whale of a person that's still working his way down the stairs.
You also have Ziggy on the ship.
Oh, and Ziggy, yes.
Yes. All right. This Ziggy fellow, you know where he's from?
He is from the Minushi system as well.
All right, Minushi. Okay. We'll run a background. Put that in the computer. Okay. And he sees this fat guy and he goes, "All right, fatty, where the fuck are you from?" And the guy replies, he goes, "I'm from Idilia, of course." And he goes, "All right, fine." He's like, "All right, what kind of cargo you carrying?"
That would be an answer for Captain Big Ship over there.
In the interest of not making me talk to myself for the next 5 minutes, you can answer that question. You can say, "I'm carrying this cargo over here," and point to it. Because I really don't want to talk to myself.
Come on. No, it's fine. We're carrying cargo for Captain Big Ship over there, and we have said cargo over in this direction. And I kind of lead him towards the cargo.
All right. And he goes, Is that brownies I smell?"
Oh, yeah, space brownies. I'm a galaxy-renowned chef of this stuff. I'm really good at it. You want some?
Galaxy. I probably shouldn't, but I'll rain check. And he goes to the boxes. There are like 10 of them, and he's like, "What's in these?"
We don't know.
And
our client
Giles
does.
says, "It's artwork for a collector on Afra." And he goes, "All right, artwork. Okay, send in, schedule a scan. All right." And he sort of writes something down on his pad. You see like the word scan and background check in a couple of places. And he goes, "All right, so yeah, I think you guys don't have anything else on the ship, right?
Nope. Aside from ourselves and our various quarters, nope.
No bombs, no explosives, nothing like that?"
Not that I know of. I'm the captain,
right,
so I think I would know.
Yeah, so like in like an hour or so, there's going to be another guy through here. He's going to do a scan of these boxes. We obviously don't want to open them because we don't want to disturb you. That would be a violation of your rights and shit, so we can't do that. But there's going to be a guy in here who's going to scan these, and then we're going to have we're going to run some quick checks to make sure that you are who you say you are, and otherwise you should be fine. Thanks for flying with us. And he sort of like holds up a thumb and then starts to walk out.
All right. Thanks.
Cool. So as like right after he walks out and the door sort of pulls up behind him, Giles goes, "You cannot allow those to be scanned.
Why not?
It would damage the artwork."
From a scan.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're going to lose in the fight of if they should be scanned or not against the entire
you don't
fucking
understand.
armada.
You don't understand. Observe the contract, sir.
I go and I look at the contract, trying to find a
And
location.
he gestures to a point. He says, "Any exposure to radiation not normal to spaceflight results in a void contract."
Well, it's not my fault we hit in two frickin' armadas. If you attempt to null and void this, both you and your boss will not be leaving the ship alive. So you will take it and you will like it.
Sir, you may kill me. That is true, but I will follow the contract because that is the law. I assure you, sir, I would not tell you not to scan the cargo if it were not important that you not scan the cargo.
What'd you bring aboard my ship?
He points at the contract and again he goes, "There's a."
No, I don't really give a crap about the contract now. What kind of shit did you put us in?
Sir, all I am required to tell you by law is that you do not want them to be scanned. And he smiles and starts to walk away.
I go.
Did you read this contract?
I
Or did you
did.
just sign it?
I read the contract and they all seem relatively normal except for those two sections that I somehow managed to miss.
That's what happens when you roll a 7 on a DC-8.
OOC, there's
Yeah.
services where we can bribe for minor and major crime forgiveness. Can we bribe these guys?
The
The scan crew.
scan crew? It's possible. I mean, so if you can make an argument for trying to bribe them and pass a persuade check, yeah, you could totally bribe them. And then depending on how good the setup was and how much money you were offering, that's going to affect the DC of that bribe, of that persuade check. Actually, Lauren, go ahead and make a persuade check.
Okay. That'd be charisma.
Yeah, I'd say it's charisma. Yeah, so he really does just walk away. It wasn't likely that he was going to be persuaded, so that was DC 10.
Dang.
Yeah. You end up with especially early like this, before you get a couple of points into a skill, there's going to be a lot of near misses because like a DC 10 is basically like a 10% chance. And so you'll end up getting real close because the mid range of like 6 to 9 is where most of the results go. Yeah, so it is totally possible to bribe someone for crimes. So bribing someone for to forgive you for crimes, you haven't committed a crime yet. You can bribe them into committing a crime, and that's going to cost some amount of money, and we'll figure out how much it costs if you try it. So, yeah. Giles walks off. He starts heaving up the stairs. You can hear him clanging. What do you guys do?
I go get Patrick and Tacitus, and I basically tell them what I just witnessed from Giles. And basically tell them my suspicions that they brought on illegal contraband onto our ship.
Now that you say that, we were feeling kind of woozy after loading that shit anyway, and I didn't really think about it.
You guys are in proximity to these things now, right?
Yes, currently.
Can you all make a mental effect save?
Okay.
Tacitus. Oh wait, no, everybody did. I'm sorry. You all failed. Okay. Yeah. So you all feel fucking weird. It's not. You don't feel bad. You don't feel good. You just feel weird. It the world seems to be a little bit liquidy, maybe. Like the walls are kind of undulating a little bit. You're hearing and you know it's a hallucination. Like you know that this is not right. At least, well, maybe not Patrick, but the other two know that this isn't right. That that this is not real, but you're hearing some hallucinations, like your auditory hallucinations. That's what I was looking for. And it sounds like maybe there's a little like a mouse or something running around in your head. like just a little skittering sound.
Let's get back to the bridge where we're not tripping balls, please. Come on, guys.
Did you guys turn on the wall waterfall?
Oh shit, you're worse off than us. Come on, that's just help me drag Patrick here to the bridge away
Dude, I
from this
can't
shit.
walk through that door. It's a 500 feet drop.
It's not a 500-foot drop, I promise you. We're going
I
upstairs.
don't know, man.
We're gonna go upstairs. Do you trust me,
So-
Patrick? You'll get space brownies if we make it to the top.
Maybe you should lay off the space brownies. Maybe that's what's causing this.
Hold me.
I will hold.
I hold him.
Yeah, so you guys head upstairs, and as you get away in proximity to these boxes, you start to feel a little better. You're still feeling a little woozy. You still occasionally hear the little skittering in your head. I think that at one point, Patrick, you can almost make out a word, and the word it sounds guttural and clicking, sort of like two sticks sort of like held together and being slowly cracked apart. You know it's a word, like preternaturally. You know it's a word, but you don't know why you know it's a word. And then it sort of fades, and you head up to the bridge. Yeah, so once you guys get up to the bridge, the light's blinking, and it's the Fleet Admiral Thomas McLewis.
I'm assuming he's like on a call waiting kind of thing.
Yeah, he's hailing you. He's checking in with you. It's probably been a good half hour since the guy first came on the ship. It's maybe been 10 minutes since he left.
Okay. I quickly mentioned to them, after that experience, I can almost guarantee you we are now carrying illegal contraband. I say we inform the Fleet Admiral as a gesture of good faith that we're not the ones responsible for this, and it is the giant whale below us that brought on this illegal contraband.
I have an out of character question.
Sure.
Are drugs actually illegal?
No. Drugs are. It depends on the world. So, like, drugs on Gonzales, where there's effectively no government, totally legal. Anybody can use them at any time. Drugs on Ballesteros, where you were last week for a while and you met Finley and all those guys, it's probably illegal there. I don't actually remember if I wrote that down. But, yeah, I'd say they're illegal there. It's like there's an actual government there. There are people with interests who want to keep those things illegal. So it depends on the world. A lot of laws are going to depend on the world.
So in space, we may or may not be breaking the law.
There are other things that are definitely illegal. So Maltech, for instance, illegal. A lot of Sci-Tech is illegal. And that's just straight up illegal, like illegal everywhere. And these guys are also actors of the government. So, these are unified society Navymen. So they might enforce laws that don't exist in this part of space because they're part of the government. They might also not do that, depending on how much they like you or how much you pay them.
So, I don't know what kind of laws they may have in place, guys, but I would rather go up against that giant whale than go up against an entire armada. I don't know. Checks and balances, guys. What do you think?
I want to get the payday.
I want to get a
And
payday
I think
too.
we can pull this off.
But if we
I'm just
fail,
kind of curled up in the corner, rocking back and forth, saying, "You guys do whatever you want, man."
So, actually, Patrick, have you checked your computer recently?
I have not.
Okay. Let me know when you do.
So, yes, we might not get a payday if we go and throw them under the bus and all that stuff. But at this point, I would rather leave with my life and not get paid by getting blown to shit, or then trying trick an armada and fail.
They're really two separate problems here, right? You got to pass the scan without actually being scanned, and you got to escape.
Right,
Is that
and
correct?
currently that is our set of predicaments. But as we don't, I would rather have one armada at the very least as an ally compared to having both armadas as an enemy. That just sounds like a bad idea. I don't know. I kind of like my arms where they are. Do you like your arms where they are, Tacitus?
Some days.
While they're going back and forth, I'll get up and go check the computer.
All right. When you get there, I'm gonna send you the message that you see. There's a blinking like you got mail light, and wait for it.
Space and you got mail.
You got space mail. Where are you in Skype? Hold on. Send IM. You receive that message. What does your character do upon receiving that message?
Trying to find the goddamn message. I don't use Skype ever.
Oh, okay. I could send it to you through Steam or something. Do you have Steam up?
I do.
You receive that message. What do you do upon receipt of that message? It's just sitting in your email. The subject line is, read me. Or hi. I think it's just hi. Period.
Freak out and back the fuck up.
Okay.
We gotta. Fuck. We might have a problem.
What do you
see, with this particular guy, like, know where our ship is based on the message.
He obviously knew where you were, but this message is like time stamped for like a couple days ago. It's come through the ether, so he knew where you were. It's not clear whether he knows where you are, but he knows where you were at least when you were there. Also, he totally made the spelling mistake that I made, where he accidentally did the wrong your. That wasn't totally by accident.
So we're gonna have to have a little heart-to-heart later after you guys figure out what the fuck we're gonna do with Land Whale and Captain Scotsman.
So that, by the way, that's still blinking. Like you probably did that while the rest of it's going on. So it's only been maybe another minute. But yeah, shit's happening.
Oh, by the way, he's online. Do you want me to fucking answer this before he gets pissed off?
What, the Admiral?
Yeah.
Okay, Tacitus, you're completely against telling the Admiral. I'm currently the captain. Someone has to make a call. I'm making the call. We're telling him. Alright?
You do pay me. Clock's burning.
Alright. I go and I answer the hail of the Admiral.
He goes, all right, Captain, so my man Joe Burt came to you, did some inspection, he's running some background checks on your crew. We have a scanning team going in there in 45 minutes to make sure you're not going to blow up my ship. Pretty sure you're not, that's why I haven't killed you yet. So, have you figured out who the fuck you're going to get off my ship?
We haven't figured out yet, because we've encountered another potential problem that we were unaware of until the last 20 minutes or so.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure of your stance on this, but it appears our client has brought on some cargo that might not be entirely legal.
Oh, I see. Your client, right? Okay. So what you're telling me is you might have contraband on your ship. What kind of contraband is it?
Some kind of hallucinogen type drug.
Oh, that sounds like a party. So I'm gonna move up the scanning team. They're gonna be there in 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Once they're done, if this does happen to be, let me go and get my client so you can immediately handle him.
Oh, that would be a good idea. We're also gonna need you not to leave your ship.
That is perfectly reasonable, sir.
Thank you, laddie. Click, and it just shuts off. About a minute later, you hear clanging on the side of the bridge at that door. That you heard clanging at before on the bridge.
Well, at least they're punctual.
Yeah, some tells me I think we might have made the right call. Might be a little stressful, but I think we'll get out of this alive. I'm gonna go answer that. And
Yeah. So you go over. Do you open the door?
I do open the door. Hi
Yeah.
guys.
So what you're greeted with is 4 guys with assault rifles, like projectile weapons, and 4 guys behind them with a bunch of gear, and they're pointing the guns at you. And there's probably more guys around the corner. It sort of loops around a corner. And he says, Sir, we're going to need you to stay very calm. And they're holding 4 guns in your face.
Okay, so first things first, gentlemen. I think I'll be a little more calm if you don't have 4 assault rifles pointed at my face. That's just a thing.
Sir, on your knees, sir.
Can I go and get my client that was the one that potentially brought
No, sir,
on?
that will be fine, sir. Please, sir, in the middle of the room, on your knees. The rest of you, I need to start gesturing to all of you. Like, get into the middle of the room, get on your knees, hands behind your head, that kind of thing.
Okay. We do have 2 people down in the quarters. One of which is the client that brought on said potential illegal cargo. You might want to
That's
go
fine, sir.
spend him
Thank
a
you,
visit.
sir. Thank you. And they're not. You're like under arrest. Like they're arresting you as a matter of precaution, right? So you're in handcuffs at this point. Like you're on your knees, hoping you're not black. And
That's racist.
so well, it's unfortunately true. You're right. Shooting black people because they're black, definitely a racist thing. Anyway, yeah. So the first squad comes in. There's another squad with a bunch of like suitcases full of equipment, and then there's another squad of guys with guns. And so once one squad of 4 guys with guns and the guys with equipment start heading down, another squad of guys with guns head to one of the rooms, and then a final squad of 4 people, including the guy you've been talking to, Admiral McLewis, comes in. And he goes, "Oh, this won't do at all. They've been just fine. Uncuff them. I don't need them like that." And he's looking over to like his adjutant, and he's like, "All right, fine, sir." And he goes, "They uncuff you." And he goes, "All right, we need to inspect your cargo. Clearly, there's a bit of a panic because contraband, hallucinogen. That's probably something we don't want on the ship. You said you had more people. I sent some men to go handle them."
Okay.
And let's go down and figure out what the fuck you're carrying.
Agreed.
So you guys head downstairs, and
I don't want to go back down there, man. Can I stay up here?
He goes,
He was saying.
and he sort of squints at you a little bit, and he goes, "Lassie, you can stay right here." And he's like gestures to one of his men to like stay with you, and the rest of you head down the stairs. There are a couple of staircases heading down because it's obviously a big ship. So you're taking one of them, and it seems like there's nobody else on the staircase, so the rest of them are probably taking the other. You get down to the bottom, and you see Alistair off to one end of the hall, and he's sort of heading towards the boxes. He looks kind of nervous. Giles, his manservant, is with him. He looks British. And you guys are also heading towards these boxes. There are 4 armed men heading on one side and 2 armed men heading on the other, including yourselves. You still have all your guns and stuff. So, yeah, you're heading towards the boxes, and the guys with the tools are breaking out their tools and starting to, like, set up around them. And Alistair is becoming visibly upset. What do you guys do?
Well, you shouldn't have brought hallucinogens on top of our ship. That's typically a bad idea.
If they were hallucinogens, this would not be a problem. Nobody gives a fuck about hallucinogens.
Well, considering we were tripping balls, and had I known we would have been tripping balls, we would have never accepted your contract in the first place.
You hear a very loud voice in your mind that sounds like... you know it's not real, because you don't see anybody speaking, but you hear... They're not hallucinogens, you fucking moron. They're brailment.
Oh, yay! You're a psychic. Beautiful.
Of course, I'm a psychic. Do you know what they are? Do you know what a brailment is?
I don't know what a Brailleman is, but I know what a fucking psychic is. Captain Whale's a frickin' psychic, guys. Way to go.
Are you saying that out loud?
I am saying that out loud.
So, you see to your left, the admiral is standing there, and he winces, and then he says, "Stop." And all of the guys with tools just immediately halt what they're doing, and he looks at the guy and goes, "Arrest that man." And they do. What do you guys do?
Wait, they arrested the captain?
Yeah, not the captain. The Giles
Oh, okay.
and Alistair, both of them.
What's going on? Someone explain things to me.
Alistair
goes-
spoke in my head. That was not a bright idea on his part. I have a feeling he tried to manipulate me earlier when we signed the contract into giving me a less than spectacular deal, as well as allowing him to sneak on said illegal contraband onto our ship
Don't-
without us knowing.
Try to excuse yourself from not reading the contract.
Who knows? I might have glanced over that part at the particular moment I would have been reading it because he tricked my mind into thinking I did fully read it. Or maybe he tricked my mind into thinking I read something completely different.
For the record, he didn't, but it's totally fine. That's an out of character thing. None of your characters know that. That's totally legitimate argument. I just want to let you know you did fail the roll. He didn't do any trickery, which he could have done. But yeah, so while you guys are starting to talk about this, the admiral looks at you and goes, "Brailment are aliens." That's not his voice at all. That's Chan's voice, and I'm going to not do that anymore because it's sad.
And Charn's dead.
And he's dead.
Charn's not even born yet.
You can never
Yeah.
use that voice anymore.
I'll repurpose it at some point. He goes, "Lads, Brailment are aliens.
Oh, well,
They
that
are
sounds pleasant.
psychically active aliens. This guy is probably trying to build them on Afrid as some fucker, I don't know."
Well, beautiful. I am incredibly sorry, Admiral, that I brought this shit onto your ship.
Oh, don't be sorry. You just gave us like 200,000 credits right there. I can put that into a new ship.
Could we get part of that?
Nope.
Even though we're not going to get paid for our previous contract, could you cover
So-
the cost of that?
Let me ask you a question, laddie. It sounds to me like what you're asking me is to be paid for doing something wildly illegal.
I'm asking to be paid
No,
to...
I haven't, sir, son. I haven't asked my question yet. I've only set it up. Let me finish.
Okay.
You're asking me to let you be paid for something wildly illegal that you did of your own free will. On what planet, in what universe, does that sound like something a member of the government's going to let you do?
To be fair, sir, we had no idea what we were doing at the time was illegal.
Aye, and you know what? If that were a good argument, everybody would have no idea what they were doing.
On top of that, sir, as soon as we discovered that there was even the potential for something illegal, we informed you.
Aye, that's true. So, I won't put you in jail. I'll let you go. How's that?
Will you at least also help us escape from the other fleet there? Is that a possibility?
Because I don't want an international incident, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to call up the Russian guy, the fucker on the other ship.
Okay.
I'm going to say, we've dealt with you, and we're sending the ship back over the border to Minutia. And we'll give you enough fuel to get there, because I'm sure you don't have enough in this little pissant ship. And don't ever break the fucking law again.
I think we can do that, sir.
Alright. Now, and he gestures to his men. Get this. He's like, get this to the incinerator. Get this off my ship. And they start offloading it very carefully. You see a couple other people come onto the ship, and you see them just sort of concentrating in the general vicinity. And he goes, I'll take this other cargo, and he gestures to Giles and Alistair. And you won't have to worry about them anymore either.
Okay, that one would actually be kind of great. Oh yeah,
And so,
can I have access to some of his accounts at least?
No!
He trashed
You're
my
a-
room.
No! You're a criminal! That's... Lad. I'm taking this shit, getting off your ship, and you're getting off mine. You get me?
Fine.
Alright. And so he starts marching off the ship with his men. And yeah, so I think after maybe 10 or 15 minutes of them, like they all kind of swarm in and offload this stuff, and they're basically taking it to be destroyed. They're all off your ship at this point. You get a text-only message from him giving you the all clear maybe another 10 or 15 minutes later. And he gives you some coordinates to head back the way you came to HO502. And you'll need to navigate there, but basically you're free to go. You also have a full load of fuel.
Question.
Sure.
Wasn't there in the contract a 10 grand down payment?
There was. You still have that.
Okay.
That's at least something.
Some of us listen to the contract.
So, yeah, you guys get essentially, told to get off the ship. Can you make a navigation roll, please? All right, is that a pass? I don't remember if it's DC 7 or not. What page is this on? I know it's on a page. Hang on a second. I think that's a pass, but I don't remember, so. I'm trying to find the page. Not having a lot of luck. I'm going to say it's a pass because I don't want to keep looking for it, but if someone finds it, let me know. Here it is, actually, Starship Travel. Failed navigation, so DC... Yeah, I don't see it. No, check difficulty is 7. Cool. So yeah, you pass. You're able to navigate back the way you came.
Another question about said contract. Would we have theoretically gotten paid every time we jumped for the jump?
No. You get paid at the end. So it was going to be 10,000 per jump, and you got paid at the end.
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah. So you only got paid 10,000. You are in the middle of H0502. You have 2 units of fuel, and it's been another 3 days. You go ahead and mark off all the appropriate stuff. You only have 4 people on your ship at the moment.
Hang on. Do a bunch of math. 3, 4.
So while you do that calculation, Patrick, you're heading back the way you came. How do you feel about that?
Fucking paranoid and terrified.
So you're walking around the ship, you're just like muttering to yourself and shit,
Yes.
probably?
Not talking to anybody.
Okay. Tassus, what are you doing during those 3 days?
Piloting the ship.
Oh, this is not
navigating.
really. You don't have to pilot. Like it's not an active thing. You're not doing stuff for 3 days straight. You kind of just set in the course and set the warp, and then you're waiting for the ship to cool down and recharge its capacitors or whatever. So you can actually like, get up and around and do stuff. You can talk to people or.
I'd probably go tinker around, look at the engine room, inspect things, fiddle with things.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have astronautics? You do. Oh wow. So it's like you don't have astronautics. So it's just like yeah. I'm just looking because I'm interested. Okay. Cool. I guess you are a scientist. So, and you speak Latin. That's neat. Yeah. So. If you guys don't need to do anything else during those 3 days, I guess you can just keep moving. Where do you guys want to go? I mean, you can get to either one of those systems in one jump, so.
I'm thinking back to Minushi for now, maybe, guys. That seemed like a
You're the
decent...
captain.
Patrick, thoughts?
Nushi, bad, can't. No.
Chicken Secco, then.
All right, so I'll just do another navigation.
Yeah.
Well, so Patrick, what do you think when he says Kenseco? The system that contains Ballesteros.
That's no. I do whatever you want. I'm not here. I can't. I'm gone. I just run out of the room.
Do any of you follow him, or are you just like, all right, that was weird, and
We seriously need to get him a couple more brownies.
Possibly.
Why don't we go back to Minushi for now? We at least know at least one friendly face there.
Okay.
what'd you get?
9.
9. Yeah, so you get to navigate there, no problem. I'm gonna see if can I make this movable by you guys. No, I cannot.
Either way, we get to Minushi, I would take it.
Yeah. So 1 second. Actually, if we want to take a break for like 5 minutes, we can do that.
Yeah, I
I have
need
to
to go
grab
feed
a
my
couple
cat.
things. I was not expecting you to fail that mission, so you did a great job failing.
We still got something.
10 G's, son.
Indeed. I've actually also
That-
done the math.
That probably covered like you probably made out a little bit on that, but you didn't really make out all that well.
Well, when you add in the cleaning bill from Sir Whale a lot, trashing the room, we probably have enough to buy a Snickers bar for all three of
Oh,
us.
that's true. I almost forgot. You'll either have to spend some time cleaning that or pay someone.
How bad was it destroyed?
Roll luck save.
Some tells me there's gonna be poop on the walls.
Actually, it seems that when you go back, it's not nearly as bad as it looked before. Maybe he was packing up, trying to make a quick escape or something. It's pretty clean. It actually looks normal, so you don't have to do anything to it.
Awesome.
job.
I have a question.
Go
Did
ahead.
he leave his coat?
Yes, he got a natural 20. He left his coat.
Check
The
and see if you can
the
find
top
the cred
coat.
stick.
The top coat. Yeah.
I
Go ahead and roll
totally-
another luck slave. Luck save, not a luck slave.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
you don't find the red stick. You took it with them.
Do I find anything inside the coat?
Some pocket lint.
Well,
Take
That's
the lint.
Dude, we could probably find a Korean shop and sell the amount of fabric back to them and get a couple bucks for it.
Yeah, you might be able. You could probably sell the coat. So you do have
Yeah.
a nice top coat, a good quality top coat. That's what I would write down.
We just need to find somebody big enough to wear it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get some water, and we're gonna take 5. So at 5 of 9, we'll come back, and there might be more messages for people. Who knows?
in the meantime, I'm also going to do the math. I'll post what everyone should be getting to their own personal accounts.
So I think total it's been 9 days, right?
I don't know.
I think we made one jump, then jumped 403, then the jump back, then the jump back. It's 12 days.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What's up?
I think it's been a total of 12 days so far.
There's another 12 days I got marked down that I don't think I have yet. Yeah, I got marked down.
Yes, you made a jump from 602 to 502, 502 to 403, 403 to 502, 502 back to 602. That's 3 times 4 jumps is 12 total days. Jesus Christ, the cat's like screaming bloody murder over there.
I can sense it. But yes, I have successfully marked down everything as well.
Okay, so I think it's the 22nd right now. That's the point here.
If it's 3 days per thing, 1, 2. So yeah, that'd be 12 days later. So it is, yes, the 22nd.
Okay, we'll say it's like 9 in the morning because I guess it doesn't matter because you'll probably be traveling for the next one, but. It's okay, cat. Stop meowing. Stop it. She'll be home soon. I know she's out, but it's okay.
Sarah's out, I take it?
Yeah, she's babysitting for a friend of hers.
Nice.
Yeah. They're watching Top Gear, I guess, because he's a big fan. And he's 5 years old and thinks it's the greatest show of all time.
Probably because it's British accent.
He's not wrong.
It's a pretty good show. I'll definitely say that.
It's definitely a good show. I definitely also agree with that. In part because, what was it? I'm trying to remember the one episode I watched that's just hysterical. Because it's basically a weird car with 2 rear wheels and one...
The Reliant Robin?
Yes! That episode was amazing.
He just flips over, and then like random celebrities flip him back. He's like, oh yeah, no problem.
Pretty much.
Everything's fine. God damn it, cat. Shut the hell up. No. Stop it. Stop it.
Trank it.
All right. Butch, you back?
Doesn't sound like it.
Butch, are you back? It's important because he's about to get another email. Good kitty.
What? Woody's finally calmed down?
Yeah, he's just sitting on my lap now. He's mad because things aren't going according to his plan. We were out all day with Mom and Papa at the hospital, and now Sarah's gone. He's like, I don't know what's happening. Everybody's going away. I don't like it when my routine is changed.
Don't worry.
I'm serious. Like, if I don't go to bed at exactly the same time, he comes and headbutts me to keep me awake. Like, if I go to bed early, he just comes and, like, beats my face. Like, you asshole. You're not following the routine.
Is it as bad as the let's randomly just ping 15 times for a sleep?
Yeah,
function?
oh my god. So it's definitely being used as a way. So
I know it was. I was just
Paul,
hysterical.
since you're here, we're talking about this script that we have at work. It's supposed to start up a bunch of services, and the guy who wrote it needed to create some way to like wait in between services, like in between service starts. And so he pinged his own IP address 15 times so he would wait for a long enough time, instead of using the wait function.
It's so strange.
He was not a well man.
That was almost as good as what was the other one. Like path is literally just pointing to path.
Yes, we had a variable that was set to be itself. It's just a nightmare. The whole thing's a nightmare. We're gonna push to rebuild that server on Linux instead of on Windows because Windows is stupid.
I agree, at the very least, just because that script is terrible.
Yeah, it's just awful. And also because services on Windows are just dumb. They're just so stupid.
They're the worst, literally.
They literally the worst. Apparently, like it's registry bullshit. I don't even know. So, we're back, right?
Indeed.
Yes.
Okay.
That number, Chris, I put in Roll20 chat so that you guys can add to your own accounts. It's not a
Okay.
lot, but it's something.
Let me do this. So you guys head back to what planet are you heading back to on Minushi? I will get you a list momentarily. There is Ogario, which is a tech level 1, and there's Surer, which is tech level 4, same as Idilia, and there's Idilia, which is tech level 4. The Idilia is only 10,000 plus people. Surer is 100,000 plus people.
I would probably say Sarah for now, probably. Sounds
Okay, so
pretty
you're
good.
not going back to the same planet. You were on Idilia.
Yeah, new places, new adventures.
Okay. So when you guys land on Surer, Butch, your email pings again, and I mean, there's not anything like pre-planned for you to do here, so I guess you can just go back on the exchange net. Most of those jobs are still good. So like the lady's still looking for private investigators. Obviously, the one with the other guy is no longer there. Let me delete that from my thing. Okay, but there is one other job that is listed, and the reason for that is I've only prepared 4 jobs, and I used 3 of them already. And it's just, it's actually not it's not like a full thing. It just says require crew, inquire within, and it's like an email address. There's no name. There's nothing. It's just require a crew. What do you guys want to do?
Is it still a chance to be a detective time?
That job is still active.
That's,
So you all can look at this space list thing as well. It's open to everybody. I just usually talk to one of you, but since you all know what the jobs are, you can just look.
So we could play detective, or we could inquire about this mysterious one. I'm kind of voting detective because the last time we did something kind of shady, we nearly got our asses pounded by a giant navy.
You nearly got pounded by some semen.
Yep.
Awful.
So, Patrick, do you check your email when it blinks?
Yes.
Okay, here's what you
I'm
get.
assuming, is it a similar message or is it going to be a different one?
It's a similar message.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, so you guys want to be detectives?
So before that, I mentioned to Patrick, hey, you mentioned before all that shit hit the fan back in H0403 that we need to have a heart-to-heart. What was that about?
What? No. What? You're a heart-to-heart. I wasn't wearing pantyhose.
Okay, I guess we contact the person.
No. So, yeah. Little fun
So-
tip.
You get
Pro
another
tip.
ping, but this time it's a ping on the screen, and it's a text only message. And you like see this on your panel. I'm assuming you're on the bridge or something. Just so you know.
Oh, you're saying the one that I got, or is
Yeah.
there a new
So
one?
no. So you're getting another ping on for the ship, and it's a text only message. It's coming to the ship though, not to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I guess let's see who's calling our space Skype. I look at the Skype caller ID.
It says Siriano Claro.
Well, that sounds interesting. I just hit the answer button.
Yeah, it's just a text message, and it comes up on the main screen, and it just says, "Nice ship, kids," and it ends with a heart, a less than 3.
I like him. We should send him a plate of brownies.
No, we should not.
Do you know this guy?
Unless you want to lace it with something very awful. So the reason that I was in an alley and I don't have a home, I got mixed up with some very fun, with air quotes, people way back in the day that may or may not have been Italian mobsters.
So what you're telling
And-
us when we send the brownies, we should totally lace it with laxatives.
As long as you don't put a return label that has anything to do with me. The whole reason I went off the planet is so I can have a nice, fun identity change with my genitals so they can't find me anymore.
Wait,
They know you by your genitals?
Yes.
So there's another blinking light that's another text from
You
the same
cocked
guy.
up, son.
hit the answer button, see what they send again.
It says, "You think changing your gender will matter?" Heart, peanuts.
Dude, you used to be a girl? Wow. That's impressive.
Fantastic. So apparently the ship's wired. That's good to know. Yeah. Hi, Peanuts.
There's another blinking light.
Okay, so space brownies with laxatives, not so much. Well, poop.
Not anymore.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
there's that blinking light there. It's still blinking.
Hit the button.
Did it? Yeah.
It goes, not the ship, you. Heart, peanuts.
Oh. I think they went and jacked your dick.
Is it a microphone?
Maybe? I don't know. I haven't looked at your dick. I'm not gay. Do you think I'm Catholic?
Do I look Catholic to you?
Do I look like a 7-year-old boy?
I don't know. You
I don't
tell
know.
me.
Maybe you're kind of short, dude. Maybe he's space Catholic. Maybe they changed a little bit. Okay. Actually, as a note, since you are from the South, the dominant religion there is a variant of Catholicism. So
Fantastic.
the Diocese of the New Catholic Church is the primary religion of the People's Republic.
I'm
I
an
need to get
atheist.
scanned.
Yes, let's have you go scan your dick. I'm gonna stand outside the door, away from your dick.
I'm gonna come too.
I just yank my pants off and start helicoptering down to the medical bay.
So, there's the screens in the med bay have new text on them. They're not the usual thing when you get there, and it says, "It's not on your dick, stupid heart peanuts."
Well, where the frick did you put it, you jackasses?
It just says, "I'm not going to tell you, heart peanuts."
Fucking
Well-
hate peanuts.
Did you get any other body part added / modified during your gender excursion?
God, you guys are all into this body horror. I'm sorry, like that's just. Maybe it's on his fucking clothes, okay? Just putting it out there.
Stripped down and put on fresh sets of clothes from my closet.
I'm out. I'm gonna be in the bridge doing stuff.
Well, what I'm feeling now is it just needs to be naked computer guy time all the time. I can embrace the newest laptop.
At least put on a pair of my pants, please.
In my brain, this is like a TV show, right? And in my brain, I just see like them playing this, like, all right, this guy's a nudist. Well, he's just going to be convenient. Like the camera's always going to be conveniently placed to meet with the censor guidelines. And it's going to be like that part of Austin Powers
where things just start magically appearing right in the perfect
but
spot.
they're always like designed such that it emphasizes the like the comical largeness of things. You know, it's they hold up 2 watermelons right in the right spot. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh man.
Okay, you will be stripping down out of your clothes. Here's a pair of my pants. Wear these. We're burning your wardrobe.
How
walk
tall
out.
are you, Lauren?
I think I was like 5'10" or something.
How tall are you, Patrick?
Is that something that we had to roll?
No, I'm just asking.
I would say pretty short, like maybe 5'4" even.
Okay, so yeah, I mean they'll be big on you. They're probably the wrong waist size too. So
At least he'll be wearing
comically baggy.
pants. He'll be
But,
at
yeah.
least wearing pants.
try to keep my
The
pride
text on the monitor says you can wear pants. It's okay. We didn't bug those.
Thank God. Although I don't trust you anymore. We'll get you.
And it just says I wouldn't blame you, heart peanuts.
You're gonna wear some of my pants for now. We'll get you some fresh clothes that are not bugged by Heart McPenis here.
And the things turn to just a frowny face, heart peanuts.
Dude, don't let his fucking foolish demeanor fool you. That guy is a ruthless asshole.
And it turns from a frowny face to a smiley face, heart peanuts.
So what you're telling me is once we find this guy before we kill him, we're gonna force feed him space brownies filled with the most powerful laxative we can find, and watch it go through him, and then kill him.
And peanuts.
Sure.
And it just turns from having any text to just heart peanuts. There's no quotes around it anymore.
Sure, we can do that. So yeah,
Dude, let's fucking burn those clothes and go fucking be space detectives, because I'm freaking out right now. I just start like rifling through the fucking cabinets in the med bay looking for drugs, because I'm freaking the fuck out.
Roll luck save. Yeah, so you find some drugs that you can take. You don't know what they do.
Don't care. Gonna take them.
So it turns out that what you take is a combination of 3 drugs. It's a little cocktail that somebody whipped up, maybe the previous owner of the ship, who knows. It's a combination of a very strong sedative, a very strong amphetamine, and Viagra.
Fantastic.
So you are right now running around with a raging boner, and
Captain Pitch a tent.
you're in baggy pants that don't really fit. They sort of fall down a lot, and you're variantly incredibly awake or totally asleep. As the two things try to like fight with one another, you're also like completely fucking trashed.
but wouldn't the boner
Can you
help?
roll?
I'm sorry. Wouldn't
Go
the
ahead.
boner help keep the pants up though?
It does. So it's holding it from like falling down entirely. But like basically what happens is the back falls down and then the front shows a little bit. Then he pulls them up. But
It's good, 'cause
sometimes he
if I
like
fall asleep on my side, it just keeps me propped up.
yes, all 4 inches of it. Yes, and Yeah, you're basically just hammered. You're completely space trashed. Can you roll a physical effect save? Yeah, you are running around the ship like a bat out of hell. You're not. Yeah, you're just not useful for anything. Um, what do the other two of you do?
I'm ready to go be a detective.
Can we get him some clothes first? As much as I don't mind him wearing my pants, it's getting a little disturbing constantly seeing his butt crack.
You can go to a JCPenney's or something on the way.
Spacey pennies. JC's.
Dude, can we go to Space Walmart? I'm kind of a cheap ass.
How about Space Five Below?
Oh God! All right. So yeah, you guys get some other clothes for him. One of you goes out, probably not Captain Pitch a Tent over there, and get him some clothes. And they
I'll
are
be right back.
they are clothes that are ostensibly unbugged. Um,
What did we do with the other clothes?
you
them?
got rid of. Yeah, they're
Okay. How did we know there was a bug in those clothes?
You didn't.
So
You
there
took a
still could be a
guess.
bug.
There could be. We don't know.
It was either
Maybe
that.
we shouldn't have burned them before we looked at them.
It could have been microscopic, and the other alternative was we were gonna potentially chop off his dick. That didn't seem
Yeah.
as fun. Let's opt for the clothes first. Leave his manhood in place. For now.
Yeah, so I think as this is happening, like the camera sort of folds back away from the ship as you guys go off to get some clothes, and it's maybe like mid-afternoon, and it just sort of like swings around, and you see a guy, sort of slick back hair, tall, lanky, thin, sitting in front of a laptop and watching a camera that is looking up into a room, and you can see that this room, it looks like a room that's on the Jack Rose, and you don't really see the guy's face. You sort of see the back of his head, and slick back, kind of longish hair. He's wearing like just an Oxford shirt, and some slacks, and some dress shoes, no tie or anything, and he just closes the laptop and picks it up and smiles. And you can see like the curl of his face, but you don't see his actual face, just the sort of the fact that his cheeks come up. And he walks out the door, and then it sort of fades. And the next thing we see is Lorne calling up the contact at the other end of the investigation job. What do you say when you call her up?
Hi, yes, I saw your ad for someone wanting to look for your brother.
Hi, yes. It's not my brother, it's my husband.
Sorry.
That's fine. I haven't seen him in, it's just so long. Can I, me, are you gonna find him for me? Do you know anything about it?
I don't know anything about it, but I'm sure we might be able to help.
Well,
What do you know so we may be able to help and start looking?
so, it was 4 months ago. We have some debts, some creditors that we have to pay, and he got laid off, and he needed to find work. So he left looking for work in ESA. There's no work here, you see, and he's a machinist, and he left 4 months ago, and I haven't heard from him since. He said he'd contact me, but he didn't.
So you heard he went to ASA for work, and you haven't heard from him since?
He was headed toward ESA. The Peneleus was a system, or the planet rather.
Peneleus.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna be taking some notes.
That's fine, of course. If you like, I could bring his personal effects and some other things that I found that he left behind. Maybe it'll be a clue.
Sure.
Okay, just send me where you are, and I'll be there as fast as I can.
When you also get here, we may want to discuss payment. upon success of finding your husband.
Oh, sir, I don't have much to pay, but I'll pay you whatever I can.
Fair enough. We are in Docking Bay 72.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. I'll be right there. And so it clicks, and she's like, "Thank you," and she goes. And as she stops talking, you hear some kids like running around in the background, and she's saying to them to be quiet. They sound a little older, maybe not like old kids, but not young. Um, and yeah, like maybe an hour and a half passes, and there's a plain like four-wheeled car comes out behind the ship, and she comes in. The cargo door is already open, and she goes to an intercom and keys it up and says, "Oh, hello, my name's Amelia. I spoke to the captain earlier."
Oh, yes, Amelia. Hi, I'm the Captain Lorne. Hang on a minute, I'll be right down to you.
"Oh, very well, sir."
And I walk down to where she is.
Yeah, and so when you get down to the bottom, is anybody else with you?
No, not currently.
I guess that's that more of a question for everybody else.
I would think
Where was I? Am I still like fucked up on the ship somewhere?
You are probably not there. You are probably, this is maybe like 2 hours after you took the stuff. You're probably passed out in your room. I imagine they corralled you into your room to make sure that you weren't a bother. And so yeah, I guess Tacitus, if you're with him, you can be with him. You can be wherever you want.
I'll come down with him.
Okay. Yeah, so you and Tacitus come down the stairs, and you see this sort of shorter, she may be 5'1" or 5'2", bright red hair, sort of not heavy but not thin, just sort of like a normal-looking lady. She's got a young boy with her, and she goes, "Oh, this is Colin," and she pats him on the head. And she's got like a bundle of stuff, a couple of data slabs. It looks like maybe some other, like, it's just like random papers. Looks like a lot of bills, maybe. You see some numbers and stuff written. And yeah, she's there. She goes, Are you the captain?" And she's looking at Tacitus.
Nope, I just work here.
Oh, so you must be the captain.
Indeed. This is actually Tacitus. He's a good guy. He is our main navigator. But I am the
Okay.
Captain Lorne. You must be
Okay.
Amelia.
Yes, that's me. And she's looking very panicked and just she's not in a good state. She's pretty upset. She sort of like hands you a bunch of the slabs. She's like, "This is all I have about him. I have his journal entries from the few months before he was an avid journaler, that Jordan of mine. And she hands you some bills. She goes, "These are the creditors. I don't know. Maybe they came after him. I don't know what happened."
Alright. And I kind of go set everything down, start slowly sifting through it, looking for anything that stands out, all while asking potentially relevant questions as I find potentially relevant information.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll a perception check.
Can I be looking through things too?
Yeah, so you both roll perception checks. You probably just like spread this out on a bench or something you had nearby. Maybe there's a table. I don't know. Maybe you acquired some kind of table. And let's see what you find on a 5.
I would imagine you should also roll there, Tacitus.
So I think, yeah. Okay, so hang on one second. Yeah, so Lauren, you're going through the bills mostly, just looking to see what kind of people they owed money to. And there are several bills to a few different local, not just lenders, but like agencies. So like he borrowed some money to try to start a business and it failed, and that's what happened. He borrowed some money to try to pay another debt and sort of borrow from Peter, pay Paul, and that failed. But a name that keeps coming up that isn't local is the New Dawn Pact. That comes up a few times. And then Tacitus, you're going through the journal entries, and you see a few entries about trying to figure out how to deal with all this debt that he's under, and how to deal with all these different problems. And you notice that he talks a little bit about Peneleus and Asa, and he talks specifically about a friend that he had there who worked on a space station called Brackhill. That is, I will type that in chat for you so you can spell it correctly. This Brackhill station. And it is, he noted that it's one sector out from ASA in H0301. And he noted in the journal, he just put like a little mark there, and it said there might be work here.
Ma'am, does the station Brackhill have any meaning to you?
Oh, I think his cousin Lee lived there for a while. He never really mentioned it though. Do you think it could be there?
That's potential. Miss Melia, I see you have several things from the New Dawn Pact.
We had to borrow a lot of money from them to raise our son, and we owe them a lot of money.
I see. At least Colin is turning out pretty well, aren't you, Colin? Seem to be growing up pretty strong.
I think he kind of just like hides behind his mom. He like looks at you a little bit from up behind, but he's pretty shy. And she goes, I tried to keep him in school, and he's a little rambunctious, but he's a good kid.
He seems to
and she
be
goes,
being raised by a good mother as well.
So, sir, I can't pay you much, but I'll pay you what I can. We have 20,000 credits saved up. If you find my husband, it's yours. But that's all I have.
Let's worry about the payment later. For now, let's actually now worry about your husband, as perhaps we may find something even better, and we'll get all this resolved. Worst case, we will take some of that as payment.
All right. And she just looks like relieved that you're not going to take it now. So.
All right. Is this all you have?
That's everything I could find.
Okay.
If you want to come to my house, you can tear it apart. I don't think there's anything else though.
I'll take your word for it. With that in mind, I think we'll go and prepare and start heading to, I think, this Brackhill station. That seems like a good starting point.
Oh, thank you so much, Lauren. Oh, I hope you find him.
I hope we do too, ma'am.
And she sort of collects her son. She goes, "You can keep the papers. You can keep the data slates. Just find him." And she sort of starts to walk back to her car. It's you're getting a better look at it now. It's really beaten up and kind of old. It's clearly seen better days, but it's hers. So.
All right. So, I say we go and we fill up on fuel and head over to Brackhill Station. What do you think, Tacitus?
A capital idea.
Don't go British on me. The last British guy we had was a criminal and as fat as a frickin' stump. Alright. So, I go to... I can't remember the document guy's name that I gave Space Brownies to. Oh wait, he's on a different planet.
You're on a different system. It worked out nicely that she happened to live on this system, or on this planet in this system, so that it just worked out that way.
Alright, so I go to one of the dock workers. I pay the 400 credits and fill up on fuel.
Okay. Yeah, so he happily accepts your money. He goes, "Thank you, sir," and fills you up. You got 3 units of fuel. How are your life supports looking?
Our life support is at 220 days. Should be able to make it to the station pretty easily, I think.
Okay.
So, okay. So, Patrick's still in his room tripping balls. Probably with that raging boner. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright. So, why don't we collect these papers and we'll head out? I think we should not pass through the Kinseco system, judging by Patrick's reaction. I'm thinking let's jump to H502, then up 2 spaces to the left there to HO301.
Wait, why do you want to do that?
Did you not see Patrick's reaction when I suggested we go to the Kinseco system?
Where is Brackhill Station again?
It's in HO301.
H. Oh.
It's one.
Oh, yeah, I
So
see what
the-
you're
yeah.
saying.
Basically,
Yeah,
just
okay.
kind of go around it slightly.
That makes sense.
All right. Shall we get going?
When you're ready to go, make yourself a navigation roll.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Patrick's obviously ready because he's tripping balls.
Yep. So you can navigate fine. You want to go to HO502? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So can you make a physical effects save, Patrick? Actually, make 3 of them. If you don't pass one of them, then okay, you're fine. Yeah. So you sober up. The Viagra, sedative, and amphetamine wear off. You have a new set of clothes in your room that fit you. And you come to and you have a pretty nasty headache, but you're okay.
That wasn't so bad. At least there's not a 300-pound woman and a condom in my ass this time. I'd rate that a 6 out of 10. Might do again.
All right. Well, so if you guys want to keep traveling, then keep on traveling. Mark off 3 days and 12 days of rations, Tim.
Life days or rations?
It's life days, yeah. It's net total of 12 life support gets knocked off.
I've already done that.
Okay. Yeah, make another nav roll.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so you keep navigating. You're going up towards there, right?
Yep. One more, and we should be good.
Make one more roll.
Wait
Make
a
sure you
sec.
mark off the time.
What's up?
Is there going to be refueling in H0301?
I would imagine so.
You can scoop.
Oh, yeah,
off
that's
the
right.
star too.
Yep. we can
It
skip
takes a little while. By the way, what date is it now, Tim? I forget how many.
If we've gone 6 days since we've left, it would be the 28th.
Okay. So yeah, you can make another jump. Nice. Okay. So yeah, you popped there, and Patrick, you're back on computers by now. You notice something odd. Normally, when you enter a populated system, even one that's populated with just a space station, you get a hail from the exchange, from the beacon, and it tells you about the system. It gives you some just boilerplate information, like this system is, owned by this, regional government, and it's, populated with this many people, and it has these local features, and here are the different planets. You don't get that in this system. There's nothing. You do, however, detect that there is a large ring-like object with a sort of central spire and a big ring around it. It is broadcasting a identification beacon. It says it's Brackhill Station. What do you guys do?
Well, we're here.
Why don't we try and heal the station, see if we can land?
Yep. So I guess Patrick is doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hail the station, you just get a beep. It's just like a beep. There's no response. Almost like a disconnected signal on a phone.
That's weird.
Before we land and do all of this, considering it's technically the end of September, well, let's go and transfer our payment for the Jack Rose real quick.
Good plan.
Just in case we get attacked by pirates, we'll have already at least made our payment.
Yeah, because we wouldn't want to be dead and have debt collectors after us. That would be bad.
You also, next time you're in system, you'll need to get maintenance done. 'Cause it has been a month.
I have successfully transmitted payment.
Okay. And make sure you take that off the total debt owed as well.
Good point. Hang on. Where is that? I know I have this somewhere. God damn it.
Also, that's a 20-year schedule, I think, is what you picked.
Yeah.
So you can feel free to pay more than what you owe to try to pay down the principal. And that will speed up the rate at which you pay things off. So if you ever happen to be flush, maybe not now, but in the future, you're flushed with a lot of cash, then you might want to do that. Because it is totally possible to own more than one ship. So that's also a thing that you can do.
We'll keep that in mind. For now, I think the base payment should be sufficient.
I agree.
Considering we're not rich people yet.
Yes, yet.
That being said, okay, we have successfully made our payment. I would assume the next payment will be the end of October.
Yes. It's technically the first of the month, so...
So
every month one, you need to pay.
1st of November is the next one is due. Okay.
Same time that maintenance is due. Air quotes.
All right. So why don't we try and land? And just in case, let's make sure we have our weapons with us, because I'm a little sketched out by this.
Yeah, isn't it like bad protocols? This is like bad form for them to not acknowledge anything.
Do any of you? You're a spacer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is totally weird. There would be some automated system, some VI that would contact you, be like, yeah, we're Brackhill Station. It's, what do you want to do? Press 1 for this thing. Press 2 for Para Espanol, and etc. You'd get something like that, but you're getting 0, nothing.
I'm concerned they were attacked by pirates. So let's take our weapons and land and see what the frick is going on. Yeah?
Yeah, so are you guys right now you're pretty far out from the thing. You can see it, but it's small and distant. You guys are obviously going to take it closer, right? To land or to dock with it.
I want to. Do you two want to?
Well,
sounds
maybe
like
we
a
should
good
take
idea.
like a pass around it and see if there's any identifying marks on the station other than Brackhill Station.
Sure, I think we can do that. It seems reasonable.
Yeah, so your ship it marks the distance to it. It's about 100 kilometers away. Right now on the screen, sorry, not 100, it's like 1,000 kilometers away. Right now on the screen, it's, the size may be like a dime. As you get close to it, it's a big place. It's, it's, imagine like Deep Space Nine, right? So it's a big station. It's probably the size of a small town, totally. So, hundreds of kilometers kind of scale. Or tens of kilometers kind of scale. You take the ship around the outside of this large space station, and it doesn't look like there were, for lack of a better term, any signs of a struggle. There's a couple of scorch marks here and there, but nothing that looks out of the ordinary to you, Patrick, because you've been around space stations your whole life. This looks normal. There's like, oh, someone, bumped into this, they had to repair something, or there's a nasty solar flare, whatever. You got a little scorch mark. It's normal. Um, it's probably seen some combat at some point, but you wouldn't be able to pin down when without making a roll. So. If you want to make that roll, you can make I guess it'd be a probably combat gunnery to know like what exactly hit the ship, and if you were thinking that it's older than that, or you wanted to like identify what kind of damage it is, tech astronautic would be appropriate. And if you think like what's the history of the station, what do you know about it, a history roll would get you some more information.
Oh, what's the combat gunnery skill go against?
All of these are going to be against your int. Yeah, so the scorch marks you're seeing don't look like guns. They're not lasers. If anything you've seen, they don't have the right pattern to them. Like a laser make a really straight scorch mark. These are kind of more wavy, almost like it was burned with some kind of acid or something. It might have been like they passed through a nebula or something that was floating through some gas cloud. Of some kind of acidic material, maybe like a hydrogen cloud, and that would be highly acidic. So,
well, at least it may not have been attacked by unscrupulous people.
With that being said, I think it would still be prudent to at least carry a weapon with us, minimum.
Oh no, we should all take weapons, but
Agreed.
never know, dude. There might be pygmies.
It's fucking space pygmies. We're taking everything we can fucking carry for weapons. And we're landing, and then we'll murder them if there are pygmies. Alright?
and the camera jump cuts to another planet somewhere where there are a bunch of pygmies like dancing around and like, yeah, everything's great. And they're like happy. They're like just happy pygmies. They're really short little people. They look cute. And then you see just it like jump around and then they all stop and go, huh? And it jump cuts back. There are pygmies in these worlds.
Fucking
You just
pygmies.
haven't found them yet.
Yep.
There's always pygmies.
Honest to goodness, there will forever and always be pygmies in every campaign I run. I will find a place for them.
Okay. So why don't we dock with this place and see what happens?
So Tacitus, you're on the stick. So make a vehicle space roll. The automated docking procedures are not working, but you can do a manual docking, but you're gonna have to do some work to do it.
I forget what this is rolled against.
It's
Vehicle
against your
space.
dexterity. Vehicle space against dexterity. Yeah, dude, you were just nailing these rolls. You come up. So let me think about this. So there's like sort of a central spire, a ring, and there's some other smaller spires coming off of that ring. And you look around and see that there are a few different spires, and you decide that one of them looks better than the others for whatever reason. And you come in careening at a high rate of speed towards this thing, far too fast to seem reasonable. And you come in and you stop on a dime right next to the docking clamp, like flick the control and get up, and then it just docks. You don't even sit at the controls while it happens. It's just boom, done. And you're heading out the door. You're ready to go.
Do you enjoy making me like almost vacate my bowels when you land on a ship?
Gotta keep you regular, brah.
Awesome. All right, so yeah, you guys all head over to the docking port. It's not at the bridge this time. It's sort of at the back of the ship or something, near like where the exosuits are. Patrick, you notice the computer is saying that the docking pressure on the other side of the clamp won't stabilize, and what that means practically is you're going to need vac suits.
Okay.
I have one.
I have 2 vac suits.
I have one.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, the vac suits have a limited amount of oxygen. I don't remember how much they have, but I know that it's limited.
Can I talk loadout before we go?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna leave my rifle behind, but I am gonna take an extra vac suit.
Okay.
I actually am gonna leave my sniper rifle behind, but take my regular.
You have a sniper rifle?
Yup.
When did you buy that?
When we were buying a bunch of stuff.
You do have to mention it to me. I'm going to let it go because obviously I don't care. But
Okay.
you should mention that you're buying certain things because it might be that certain things on certain worlds will result in more than just a little thing happening.
I also bought a
Also,
shotgun.
if okay, yeah, so you have a shotgun, a sniper rifle, a laser rifle, and a laser pistol, right?
No, just a regular rifle.
Okay. Oh, just yeah, that's right. There's a regular rifle. That's
Well, at least
actually
it's not
better.
6 pistols. I mean, that'd be crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? I think I'll just take the shotgun.
Sounds like a good decision. I love knowing what's on these things before you guys do. Makes me happy. Standard Tech Level 4 vac suit is designed to allow the wearer to survive in most hard vacuum and on most inhospitable planetary surfaces. Super protects against ordinary blah 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 blah. Contains it doesn't tell me how much oxygen it contains.
Oxygen for 6 hours. Into the
Oxygen
last
for 6
sentence on
hours.
the first paragraph.
Yep. And yeah, you have oxygen for 6 hours, and you have radios in them, so you have sort of open comms. Yeah. So you guys put on your vac suits. How many of you actually have the vac suit skill trained?
I don't.
The exosuit skill?
Yes.
I have it set at 0.
Okay, that's trained. That's what that means. So it sounds like Tacitus is the only one who doesn't.
I'm looking to check. What is it called?
Exosuit.
Exosuit. It is.
Yeah, I don't have a train.
Yeah, you have it at -1. Okay, so vac suits are cumbersome. They apply a -2 penalty to all hit rolls and skill checks that require movement. Those with culture, spacer, or exosuit skills at 0 or higher can ignore this penalty. No armor can be worn with a vac suit. So you don't have armor. You have a vac suit. Vac suit grants AC 7 to its wearers, and it requires 1 Type A power cell for each 12 hours of operation. So I don't think you guys have a ton of batteries floating around. I think someone bought some.
I have 6.
Okay. So you have batteries that you can use for these things. But basically, your vac suit is going to last you 6 hours of oxygen and 12 hours of power before it dies. And then you're in a potentially inhospitable place without oxygen and etc.
Would the battery fill the oxygen too?
No. Oxygen is separate. You can go to the ship to get oxygen. That's calculated as part of the life support. So you might have, after 6 hours, like honestly, before 6 hours at the no man's point, about 3 hours, you're going to want to head back to the ship and reload. Reload your oxygen and probably change out the power cell while you're there. Going back to the ship refreshes all those timers. So your fundamental limit is going to be the oxygen. Okay. And do remember that your AC is 7 right now. You don't have the additional from your armor. Okay, so you guys are heading on to the ship.
Indeed.
Tassus, you figure out what you're bringing?
Yep. Just the shotgun.
Just the shotgun. Okay. What other weapons do you guys have, and what other things do you guys have? Start with Lauren.
I technically have 2 mono blades and my bow. Although if this is potentially 0 gravity or low gravity, the bow might not be that useful.
I mean, you can determine pretty quickly that there's gravity on the station. It's like, think 80s sci-fi show. Like it's going to have gravity even though it's like completely nobody's there. The gravity always seems to work. So.
Okay. Well, then I'm taking both my mono blades and my advanced bow.
Okay. Also, in a 0G environment, the bow would still work because it's relying on a spring, not on gravity. It would actually work better because it would go always in a straight line.
Good point.
All right, Patrick, what are you bringing?
I have a laser rifle, my post-tech toolkit, and a data slab.
Okay.
And my Lazarus patch.
Good. Okay. So, yeah, you guys step into the airlock and it opens, and the immediately on all your vac suits it says low oxygen environment. It shows you the percentage oxygen relative to normal atmosphere, and it's about 10%, which is livable if you're if you have supplemental oxygen handy and can get a little extra every now and again. You can actually breathe in this for a few seconds before you pass out and die. There's enough oxygen there that you can be okay. The pressure is okay. It's just there's low oxygen. It's probably because something is broken. Some piece of equipment that refreshes the oxygen. The scrubbers are bad. And Patrick, you confirm quickly because you're a spacer and you know about how to confirm this. There is a high amount, much higher than normal amount of CO2 in the air. So it does look like a scrubber's broken. When you step onto the space station, you step onto a promenade. It's just a big open area. There are actually shops and stuff that line either side of the walls. And there's a center lane of dirt that used to contain plants, but now just contains dead plants. They're just gray and lifeless. The lights are not on. There's some emergency red lighting, but it's pretty dim. And yeah, you don't see much of anything other than that. What do you guys want to do?
Explore. Maybe see if we can find where the scrubbers are and maybe even fix them.
Yeah, so I guess I'm looking for a higher level of what you want to do. Do you want to go try to fix the scrubbers? Do you want to try to get to somewhere where we can get more data about what happened here? That kind of thing. Do you want to split up? Do you want to stick together?
Say, do you want to Scooby-Doo this?
We're not splitting up. That's
Yeah.
a bad idea.
That's probably a bad idea as well.
Priority should probably be
Why do you think that's a bad idea, Tacitus?
If there are still
Because
pirates.
we're always stronger as a group.
Specifically in reference to your second entry there.
I might not think I can die, but I think other people can die.
Okay.
And I care so much about my crew.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah. So if you guys want to stick together, that's fine. Just give me some direction where you're going, so I can start thinking about it.
I would think we want to head towards the scrubber first. Maybe it's something easy to fix and no one just noticed, or had the skills to fix it.
It's a good plan.
Okay. Yeah. So, can you make a culture spacer roll, Patrick? And
Jesus Christ.
yeah, so you have never been on a space station like this before. You don't know where you're going. One of you needs to make a navigation roll against your wisdom.
Can I make that roll? Is this...
I don't care
Navigation
whoever is going to make it is going to be the person leading the group. They're going to be the one navigating to wherever the scrubbers are.
You're the captain. Captain.
I guess I'm making the roll then.
Yeah, so you don't know much about these stations, but you figure probably the center spire is where all the stuff is that's going to control the station. Just seems logical. You know that based on the layout that you saw outside, it'll probably take you an hour to get there walking. So you figure if you walk around the outside of this ring, which is where you are now, you can probably, well, you're really in like a spire, but you can walk down to the ring, walk around the ring, and then in towards the center spire, and hopefully you'll find something along the way that points out where the scrubbers are.
All right. So we head off towards the center area looking for the scrubbers.
Okay. So you're all walking. You walk down. You find some stairs and walk down. And as you're walking, you're noticing that some of the windows in the stores. It's sort of like a mall that you're walking through almost. And some of the windows are like broken. Some of the cages are like half down. That cage that comes down in front of a mall store when they're closed is like half down, but not all the way. It's kind of eerie. Like it's not it's weird because this is usually filled with people. It's like walking in a mall in the middle of rush hour. So uh, it's a little weird and out of place. You notice as you're walking there, there is one store with like a neon sign in front of it that's still sort of flickering. But you get down to this is in like the outer ring, and you get down to the outer ring, you see this one store, but otherwise it's emergency lights the whole way. And there's a sign that says, corridor to Central Spire this way, essentially.
And
And it's like pointing to the left.
we saw a store sign flashing
Yeah,
on.
it's not like flash. It's just flickering a little bit. It's like the slightest amount of energy that just triggers the neon that's like pointing at the sign. I don't know what the sign says. Let me generate something for the sign to say. It's like, Bob's Liquors or something. Some liquor store, maybe.
Fair enough. Because of the flickering, I suggest we continue towards the center spire.
Okay. Do any of you have anything to say about that? Or are you just going along?
I'm
go
just here
along.
to get paid.
That's right.
Okay. So yeah, as you're walking towards the spire, you walk past this this shop, and you get to the inset corridor, basically like the artery that leads to the center spire, and it's big sign above it says authorized personnel only. The sign is it's that plain white red on white sign that always says authorized personnel only, and it's a little bit beaten up, scratched, it's had some dirt on it. But the door is in front of you, and it's sealed shut, essentially. Like, it's not opening easily. You're going to have to pry it open. Whoever wants to try to pry it open needs to make a physical effect save.
Is anyone strong?
Well, actually, I guess it's just a strength test, not a physical effect save. That makes sense.
I mean, I have a strength of 14. I could give it a go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you
you can
give
make
that
an
one a
athletics
go.
check. That's what I want you to do.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're able to, pry it open. You kind of like grab a piece of it and pull. It starts to open a little bit. It's maybe open 4 or 5 inches, but it kind of sticks there. You feel like you're going to need some more leverage, maybe another person or a tool to open it up.
All right. 4 or 5 inches isn't really big enough, unfortunately.
That's what she said.
Anyone want to give me a hand?
I'll give you a hand.
I start clapping.
Oh, the jokester. You get to help
right,
too, then.
Go ahead. One of you is going to assist the other, so both of you make... whoever is going to assist the other person, roll first.
Okay, I will.
And you're rolling an athletics check. All right, so you successfully assist Lorne. Lorne, make an athletics check, assisted at a +1. Yeah, so you guys work together and pull the door open, and it opens up probably 2 or 3 feet, just enough for you guys to get through. And there's a long hall in front of you. As you do this, you actually feel against your suits it like a air pushing on you. It was obviously higher pressure on the other side. That's evened out now, but you notice that on your vac suits the number goes up a little bit. It's about 15% instead of 10%.
All right. Lieutenant Boner, you get to go first.
Dude, those drugs wore off. I haven't taken it anymore. There's no more on the ship.
So you looked for more.
It might have broke my boner. I haven't had a boner since then.
Okay, Lieutenant Boner, you're still going in first.
Fucking die. I swear to God, if I come back, I'm gonna haunt you with my boner 24/7. That's all you're gonna see.
Yeah, so you guys start walking along this central artery with Patrick in the front. Who's second in the marching order here? It's you could probably walk next to each other, but I think you're walking in a straight line.
I just wanted
The
to
camera
go.
sort of.
I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted him to go in the door first to make sure there weren't any traps.
There are no traps. He's just fine. Who follows him in?
I do.
Okay, and then Tassus, you're taking up the rear.
Yeah,
There's no one else here.
Okay. So yeah, as you guys are walking in, you see on either side there are sort of high set windows to the left and right, and there are a number of other doors, but these ones open for you as you walk through them. A couple of the areas that you walk through have one of those windows are broken, so it's drops to zero pressure, and then the next room it's back at full pressure, not full pressure, 15%. But you're walking through a series of airlocks essentially. The camera, as you're doing this, sort of sits to the outside, and can you all make perception checks? So like the camera's following you as you're walking from the outside, and you're seeing the whole corridor, and you're just seeing kind of like your heads and shoulders. And Tacitus, I think that you hear it, but the other guys don't. But you hear a clicking on the outside, like a tapping on the outside of the hallway. And I think the camera sees just the lick of like a long, slender object just over one of the windows. It's dark black, so it blends in with the background. And you hear this clicking sound. This. And you guys keep.
Where
guys-
exactly?
ahead.
What's our surrounding like? Is it just an empty hallway, or are they
It's
like
just
saying...
an empty hallway with like windows on either side. Maybe there are some benches every now and again that are sort of up against the sides, but it's like maybe a 7 or 8 foot wide hallway, big enough that 2 people could walk abreast, but not much bigger than that. And the windows are sort of looking out at the rest of the spire. It's like just an access way. It's not designed to be used for anything. It's just access to the central spire.
Do you guys hear that clicking noise?
Clicking noise?
You're a clicking noise.
I'm gonna take that as a no, because I hear a clicking noise.
Well, clicking noise probably isn't a good thing. And I just kind of grab hold of one of my monoblades and just kind of rest my hand on it.
Remind me when we get back to civilization to buy a goddamn flashlight.
I believe your vac suit has one on it, doesn't it?
I thought they did.
Fantastic. Let's
And you
turn
have
that shit
post-tech
on.
tools. So
I do.
I'd assume that you were using it the whole time.
Oh,
It doesn't say if it has a flashlight or not.
They have radios. I don't think they have flashlights.
Yeah.
But you do have a post-tech toolkit, which absolutely has a flashlight. And I think, what is actually, it'll tell me what it has in the post-tech toolkit. Toolkits. Containing a wide range of necessary tools for a particular skill set. Toolkits can handle almost any job that doesn't require full-scale shop or lab. Toolkits are specialized and not terribly useful when turned towards other purposes. It might be possible to use one in place of another for simple jobs, but even that is liable to suffer at least a -1 penalty on the skill check. I'm going to say this because it doesn't really say what it's good for. He just says that this is a thing that you can have. I'm going to say put next to your toolkit, put 3 of 3, so like 3/3. And the idea is when you need a tool for a job, a specific job like fixing an air scrubber or getting a flashlight, you can look in your toolkit and you will find the tool that you need, which gives you a assisted on that skill check. So +1. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So, and then you'll have that tool. So it's sort of like the bag of books from DH and actually from Dungeon World. You reach in and you get a skill bonus for that time, and then you have that thing. So if you do have to do it again, yeah, you can do it again. So you have reached in now once to get the flashlight. I'm going to give you that one for free because it's a flashlight. Who cares? But you have 3 more charges on that. All right, so you have a flashlight, which I assume you've taken out well before now. So, yeah. So you're walking down this long corridor. Tacitus, you hear some clicking, but you get to the other end, no problem. You're in the central spire, and you manage to navigate there. Lorne, once you get in, this is like a new area, and you're trying to find the scrubbers, and you don't know exactly where that is. So can you make another navigation check? It has been 1 hour, by the way, so... You have 5 hours of vac suit left.
Oh,
Oh man, that feels so good. Are you an expert perchance? No, you're a warrior.
yep,
Oh baby, oh baby. So you wanted to get to the scrubber, right?
yep.
So I think what happens here is normally the way that these things work is you're supposed to you set a DC and you say this is the amount of time if they meet this DC, and then for every degree of failure, it takes them longer at some rate. But since you hard failed, that is literally you did the worst you possibly could. Minus oh no, you did a 1 and a 2, so you did almost the worst you possibly could. I'm gonna say that you actually just go to the wrong place. So I think what happens here, um, yeah, I think you end up in the kitchen, which is on the
That
other
sounds
side
like
of
a
the fire.
side quest to make some more brownies.
So you're
That's
end
what
up
I
in
was
the
thinking.
kitchen, which is on the other side of the spire. Along the way, can you make more perception tests, each of you? Just one. Yeah, so Tacitus and Patrick, you guys, as you're walking into the kitchen, you know, Lauren, you're behind Patrick. So Patrick, you walk in first, and you think you see like just this little black shape just dart across the room and disappear. And you think you hear like some clacking and of like feet on metal as it's running by. Um, Tassus, when you walk into the room, your suit spikes up. There's a different like chemical in the air, and your suit catches like a whiff of it essentially, and it's like reading out a whole bunch of chemicals that you can't understand all at once. It's just like there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and then it's gone, and it's back to normal, and you're not really sure what happened. Um, in the room, there is a bunch of like desiccated food that's just left out. It's not rotten because it's in vacuum, so or near vacuum. It's very low pressure, so there's no like bacteria growing on, which was what rot what would have made it rot. Um, so you see, like there's just like various pieces of meat and things that are just desiccated and dried out. Some of the doors are like half open, and like the shelves have been torn down. There's a stove off in the corner that's like sort of half open and torn apart inside. It looks like someone maybe was in here trying to take parts from stuff as well as get some food. It doesn't look like they were very friendly to the kitchen. There are some pretty nasty looking like wrens in some of the metal tables. That there are like two long metal tables in the middle of the room. They're prep tables, and there's like a really nasty wren down one of them. It's about 2 inches apart. There are two wrens right next to each other, and it's just like there's a big hole in the table, and it's pulled up on either side. What do you guys want to do?
Quick question, Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the room the scrubbers are in?
No, this looks more like a kitchen.
Hold on, guys. It might be in here. I open up the oven.
It took an hour for you to get there, by the way.
Okay.
So why are we in the kitchen?
Half an hour.
I thought this was the way to the scrubbers. Apparently not.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Perhaps we could find some more chocolate for brownies later in here.
I think maybe we should focus on the mission instead of stealing chocolate.
But brownies.
Tempting, but payday.
And we're on a limited oxygen supply. I mean, baking alone, that's going to eat into our time.
Okay. We can swing back when we fix the scrubbers.
All right. So one of you needs to roll another navigation check to get to the scrubbers.
Maybe I should try navigating this time.
Be my guest, Tacitus.
I keep wanting to call you Tassadar.
Taro Tassadar.
Yeah, so you know where to go now. And the reason that you know where to go is you looked on the wall and there was a fire escape plan, like how to get to the emergency escape pods. And you notice that next to it, there's a little marker that says this is where the air scrubbers are. There's like along the path that tells you where that is. So it's going to take you another half hour to get to the air scrubbers from where you are. Yeah, so you're walking there, and I think, yeah. So you're walking there. You get to the air scrubbers. The door is half ajar and sort of tilted, like it's just at like a 20-degree angle, so it's like been pulled wrong. You guys are able to open it up no problem, and you enter a room where you see a bunch of sort of devices. They almost look like external ACs. I don't know if you've ever seen one of those, like in a central air unit. There's like this big thing, and that's what they look like. But they're in the middle of the room, and that's where they run. None of them are running right now. There is a computer panel in the back of the room, and around the room there's some debris that has been here for a while. It's sort of like detritus that is collected as this thing has been unoperational. There's a few tools on the floor, some scraps of metal, just sort of jagged, like ripped up scraps of metal. And yeah, that's what you see. What do you guys want to do?
I want to take a look to see if maybe there's something obvious that I could do to fix this.
What do you want to look at in particular?
The kind of air unit itself, to see if like
You said
Okay.
there was a
there's
computer
clock.
in the back room. Is it operational?
You can go look at it.
I'll go check that to see if I can pull any information off the computer.
Okay. Hang on, I gotta beep with something here. I heard a blip on my computer, and I don't know where it's coming from. It sounded like a Facebook blip. And I'm worried that it's my mom about my grandfather.
If it's anything, Joe, I didn't get anything.
Yeah, I didn't get anything either. I just thought I heard it. Maybe I was hearing someone else's Facebook go off. Yeah, so you go back to the computer. Let's start with Lauren. Actually, Tessus, what are you doing? You just like hanging around?
I'm gonna watch the door. Keep an alert status, as it
Okay.
were.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me. Okay. So Lauren, you start looking at the various scrubbers and things. Can you make a tech astronautics roll?
I can.
Well, it can be tech astronautics or tech post tech, whichever you prefer.
It's not gonna matter either way.
Okay.
They're the same.
And that's against your
level.
int. Yeah, so you look at these, and it does look like a couple of them are maybe not optimally functional, but you don't know how to fix them. Like, it looks like maybe you could clean a filter or something. Like, pull it out, take the dust off, that kind of thing. You can do that while Patrick is working on it, but Patrick's probably going to be the one to fix these things. So Patrick, when you get back to the computer screen, it is still running. It looks like it's running on independent power. And you know that's pretty common. You're a spacer. You know about that stuff. You're actually a spacer and a traveler. No, that's Tacitus, isn't it? I have those as both 0 for you. Is that correct, Tacitus? Should that be that way?
Traveler.
I see culture spacer and culture traveler are both at 0.
I'm pretty sure that's correct
Okay.
when I did it.
Okay. I'll take a look later. Astrogator's mate, that would be spacer. You would get spacer from that. You might get traveler from that too. Yeah, so Tacitus, not Tacitus, Patrick. Wait, I like that there's Tacitus and Patrick. I was trying to thought. Fuck.
No, this is Patrick.
Yeah, so you're a spacer. You know that that this is normal for this to be an independent power because it's an important system. It's probably on it. It has like its own dedicated set of solar panels, like most of the critical functions of the ship would, or of the space station would. So there's like some solar panel sitting outside and charging it. It looks, you look at this screen. Can you make a tech astronautics roll? Yeah, so it looks like all of the scrubbers are set to off due to a number of highly technical problems, which I'm not going to be able to spout some tech speak for. But it looks like their widgets are what's it, and their what's its are all widgets, and you need to like do some work in the computer. Can you make a computers roll? Yeah, it's going to take you 2 hours to fix.
I'm an expert. I can re-roll one
Yep,
roll
you
an
can.
hour when I do that. Because fuck that roll.
Yeah, it takes you 10 minutes to fix it. In fact, actually, it doesn't just take you 10 minutes. It takes you 10 minutes to fix it and turn the lights on. So I think what happens here is, Tacitus, you're in the door, and you're hearing that clicking sound every now and again. You keep thinking you're seeing they're like bugs in your vision. There's like little things that dart by, but you can't really pin it, and nothing's like standing out and staying in one place long enough for you to identify it. But 10 minutes pass while Lorne is poking the various machines, and Patrick is clicking away on the computer. It's a closed room. There's no other way in. There is a vent at the top of the room. And I think what happens is the camera is sort of focused on Patrick, and Patrick is focused on the computer, which is facing the back of the room. Lauren comes over towards the end and to ask him sort of how he's doing. And Patrick, I think you're like just about finished as he does this. And the camera, we hear Tacitus, and this is when your perception check sort of takes off, Tacitus. And the camera swings around, and there's a very large black thing standing behind Tacitus. And Tacitus, you know about it. You know it's there. You've known it's there for a little while now. What do you do?
Can I get some more details about the very large thing?
You're facing away from it. You just know that there's something big that isn't one of your buddies, because you can hear them talking, and they're both saying, "Yeah, we're both at the computer." So you've deduced, this is your perception, you've deduced that there is something other than your buddies standing behind you, because you can sense it standing behind you. Sort of that way, like when you know someone's looking at you, but you don't know why. That's what you're feeling. You know something's behind you. You don't know what it is, and you know it's not your buddies.
I'm going to turn around and look at it.
Yeah, so when you turn around and look at it, what you see is a black and purple alien creature. It is about 7.5 feet tall. It appears to have razor-sharp talons, very small eyes, and a very nasty, drooly mouth.
Does it look aggressive?
It looks fucking hungry. Its mouth is open. It is staring at you, and it's got its little stubby arms with talons sort of pointed at you. It's standing on 2 legs. It's got a long tail.
Do I recognize this alien?
You don't have time to think about this anymore. It's going to attack you, so we're going to roll initiative in a second.
Okay.
You know it's mean. That's what you know. You probably don't recognize what kind of alien it is. It just looks like it's hungry, and it's going to attack you.
Is it a freaky alien genotype?
Is it? What did you say?
Is it a freaky alien genotype?
It is. Its kingdom is Freakus. Its phylum is Alien. Yes.
Awesome.
Its actually its species is Scotus ridleus. If you want to go that far. Yeah. So everybody roll for initiative except Tacitus. You get to go first. Still roll for initiative, but you can go first.
Frickin' A.
Holy shit! You suck. And Tacitus rolls a perfect initiative. I gotta set up the Skype. Yeah, so you're going first twice, basically. You get a free action.
So glad I brought the shotty.
Yeah, you should be. Hang on a second. I need to pull up my GM screen because I need a quick stat line.
Oh, OC, I am so glad for all the DBZ abridged references we've been making ever since this group was formed. It's so beautiful.
I
We
fucking love that
want
show.
It's so amazing.
HP 25. Yeah, okay. And it's maybe in. We're gonna make it a little bit weaker than that. Okay. Oops, that should be a. And that one should be a 3. And that one should be a 1. Alright, and Ziggy is not here, so I'm just going to pull him into the corner. These guys... Not there. And let me quick... I'm going to draw this room really quick. Because I feel like it'll help. Where did I put this? There it is. Okay. Let me get my pen so I can draw this. Alright. Do this without... My desk is a mess. Alright, so what we have here... I'm going to try to make this a little bit more accurate than the last time. Got a guy right there. Actually, you're right there. You guys are back here. This is not to scale, but the room kind of looks like... Oops, that didn't work. It looks a little bit like... And there's a bunch of these little guys. Maybe there are 4 of them. I think I said 6 originally, but... Looks like that. And these things are like cover. And this is where you are. And let's see, let's get the initiative thing set up. And I need to roll initiative for this guy. Oops. Go back to this mode. And this guy is going to go. So you're going first, and you get to go twice. Pull my turn order. And that's Tacitus. I'm going to move you guys like that. Just I need to make one quick change. Name. There we go. This is the bad guy. Can I make his... cool. His name is Bad Guy. Show his nameplate. Nameplate. You don't really know what it is. I guess it's probably more Bad Alien. Clink. Okay, so then it's... let's roll the aliens thing. Roll 1d8. It is actually 1d8. I looked it up. I thought it was 1d10, but I actually fixed the bug, and then I made the bug happen again. And his agility is 1. Oh, man! You're not going twice. You're going you, him, you. Actually, I think... No, I'll make you go twice. That's fine. So you get an extra one, and then it's Patrick and Lorne. Okay.
Show me where the bad alien touched you.
Go ahead and make an attack, or do what you want to do. It's your turn, Tacitus. This guy has an AC of 3.
So, do I have to spend time getting out my shotgun?
I'm going to say you had it out, because you were standing at the door, like, guarding the door, right?
I think that's a fair assumption. So, I'm going to shoot the bad alien.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack. AC 3. Ooh.
So none of us are gonna fucking hit it.
Well, I mean, you can still hit it.
Solid
It's possible to
one.
hit it.
Is there a chance of jamming?
No.
Okay, well.
There's
Alright.
no kind of critical fails or anything like that either. It's just there also aren't any critical hits, which is the other end of that stick. So, It is your turn again because you got the drop on him. You detected he was there. That's what that perception check was.
I'm gonna shoot him again.
All right.
Two point blank shotgun misses.
Nice.
We're off to a good start.
Yeah, so I guess it makes sense he's going to attack you with his claw. What's your AC? Your AC is 7 because you're in a suit.
Yes.
And have that. He also misses. Did that incorporate? It actually didn't, so I need to fix that. He gets an AP of how much? 1. Okay, cool. Yeah. So if you have an attack bonus, it doesn't seem to actually incorporate it when you use the attack button for some reason. Oh no, I just didn't set it up here. That's why. Never mind. I made a boo boo. A boo boo. That can go down. Cool. He still missed, so that's his turn. Patrick, it is your turn.
I will take a shot at the bad alien.
AC is 3. If you didn't have that already.
What do I put in for my weapon? Has an attribute modifier, I think.
It's AB. So the weapons attack.
I already have a
bonus.
1 on the AB.
Yep,
Doesn't that
then you're
already
also
take it into?
Yep, that takes it. Your 1 on your AB on your character or on your weapon.
On the weapon.
Yeah, then that takes it into account.
Okay.
So, but yeah, a laser pistol has a weapon AB of 1, so it's an extra +1 that you get. Wow,
Not that it fucking matters. Fantastic.
you guys are rolling terribly. That's a 2.
We did this last combat too. That's how I
Yeah.
almost died.
You actually critical failed on that, Tacitus. Like you have a +3, which is pretty good. All right, Lauren, you're up.
I move behind this box scrubber thing and shoot at the freaky alien genotype with my bow.
Okay. Advanced bow is a primitive weapon, right?
Yes.
I need to check something. Where is combat primitive listed?
Like the equipment?
The skill. I want to. Hold on.
Page 15, maybe?
Might be what I want. Yes. I took first. It doesn't say that you get any minus because it's a primitive weapon. And it's probably not going to affect this guy anyway, but go ahead and make your roll.
I gotta make sure if it's dex or strength. 'Cause I can't remember.
It can be either. So no, it's going to be dex with a bow.
Yeah.
In fact, pretty much all your attacks with weapons like this are going to be dex. It's more about aiming, less about strength. Nasty. Yeah, it's going to be a tough roll to hit him. He's pretty crazy. All right, Tacitus, you're up. I'm going to give you a +1 for being so close because you're point blank with a shotgun. You should be able to hit him. So you can take an extra +1. Make it +2. I think there's rules for that.
I'm also going to shoot the combat shotgun in burst fire mode. A burst fire gains +2 hit damage and uses up 3 rounds of
You
ammunition.
can do that with a shotgun?
It's a combat shotgun.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Chill.
What page is the shotgun on again?
This is on page 36.
Okay. Plus hit and damage. Yeah, cool. So you're going to need to manually add that to your damage because it's not going to do it automatically. I need to add another button for burst fire. And you just add it to your you can add it to the roll to hit, but you're gonna have to manually add it to your damage. Does that make sense?
Yes, so that's a 4 to the attribute modifier.
Yeah, you're getting a +2 from me and a +2 from that.
Okay.
I think it's under other modifiers where you put it technically, but Attribute modifiers like your strength or dex or whatever. Yeah. Wow, you can't believe you missed. Are you adding? You have combat projectile weapons that you need to add to this as well. So
I'm not following
you're
that point.
so. Say again.
I'm not following what you just said.
So like when you do an attack, the way you do an attack is as follows. Let me pull up on my panel here. The combat roll is 1d20 plus the target's armor class, the attacker's combat skill. So like for you, it would be combat projectile weapons. The attacker's attribute modifier. That's it's going to be dex or strength, usually dex for projectile weapons, and the attacker's attack bonus plus any other modifiers I give you. And then a natural 1 always misses, a natural 20 always hits. That's the only kind of critical you have. So you need to be adding combat projectile weapons to roll. It might be 0, so it might not matter.
So I've got a -1, so I should have been doing even worse.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we haven't done that yet, I'm going to let you do this combat without that. But in the future, we'll need to make sure we keep that in mind. That's true for everybody as well. So like Lauren, you should be doing primitive weapons. You should be adding to this. That's going to be your attribute modifier. I'm sorry, that's your combat skill. That's not your attribute modifier. That'll be under other modifiers that you added.
Okay.
And same thing for you, Patrick. Okay, so that's your turn. The big bad alien's going to attack again. And he's going to claw at Tacitus once again. Your thing is a 7 because you're in a suit. He has 0 for that, and a 0 for that. And he misses as well. Wow, this is just a whiff.
We're just sort of like flailing around.
Yeah, so I think it's more like he's attacking you and you're just jumping out of the way. You're fast. You can do that. And he's, pretty angry, but he's tearing into you. He's trying to get at you, but you're just quick. You're quick like that. And remember, you can shoot and move in one turn. Patrick, it's your turn.
I'm gonna move up between those. I'm assuming there's enough room for me to do that.
Yeah, there's been a couple feet.
And my laser rifle has burst fire mode, so I'm gonna do that as well.
Okay. So you add 2. Don't forget to track your ammo.
And fuck.
Wow. Y'all just suck. That's all I'm saying. All right, Lauren, your turn.
I'm also going to move up to the next set of boxes and take another shot with my bow.
All right.
1.
We are the Stormtrooper Special Squad.
Man, oh man. Another miss. All right, Tacitus, it's your turn.
I'm gonna do the exact same thing I just did.
All right.
Can I shoot and then move?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna shoot and then move as close as I can to these guys by the boxes.
Okay.
I need to find the button though. Yeah, okay. Oh, and I'm shooting burst fire again.
Okay. And you still get your point blank for this one because you're shooting first. Whoever he's engaged with is going to get that point blank bonus. So. That's not showing up for me.
Yeah, me neither.
Either.
Go ahead and roll.
I feel like it was a good roll.
You probably actually... Hang on, let me inspect this. Yeah, there's actually nothing in there. So, I don't know what happened there.
Alright, let me try again. It only took me a minute to do it
That's
the
the
first
bug.
time.
Remember not to put in spaces or special characters like carrots.
Oof. Another miss.
Okay, how far can I move to these boxes?
You can pretty much move anywhere in this room in one move. This is not to scale, and this room is not huge, so you can just kind of run around pretty easily. All right, so that's your turn. It's Bad Alien's turn. Bad Alien is looking at you guys like your lunch. He looks left and right and sees that there are two really juicy-looking people to one side and one really scrawny-looking person. Being an animal, he thinks scrawny people probably the easiest meal to get. So he runs towards Patrick and makes a swing at his AC of 7. And he misses. So he dives at you, but you manage to like duck behind cover or whatever. Actually, your AC here was going to be -1 off of that, so it's actually even worse. But all right, Patrick, it's your turn. This guy's right in front of you. You have an extra +2 to hit.
Gonna do the burst fire.
All right, it's +4 total, I believe. Remember that it uses 3 rounds of ammunition. No, you got to be like rolling. That I think this might be broken. I think that I'm going to say that's a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. I think that I think I know what's going on here. I think someone changed this without understanding how it worked, because this was working last week, and it's actually failing on the misses as well. If you notice, it's saying roll damage and miss. It's we shouldn't use this. We're gonna have to do it the hard way. I'm gonna see if I can get on GitHub real quick and see what they did to my fucking character sheet.
So this is a burst, gains +2 to hit and damage. So my damage is 1d10, so it's 1d10 +2.
Correct.
Yes.
Nice. That's 11 total. All right. So you clip this thing in the arm. I'll get you the link in just a second. I just want to check to see if it actually updated, because that would explain it. Stars without number, 19 days ago. That's from me, so I don't know what happened. Oops. This is the link. Tacitus. Okay. So when you roll this, you're going to roll 1d20 +3 plus your. Here's what I'm going to do. Oops. Oh, crap. One moment. Look at that and do what it says. So you're going to roll 1d20 plus the target's armor class, which is 3, plus your combat skills, so combat, primitive, etc. For this one, if it's a -1, count it as 0, because we've been doing it wrong. Your attribute modifier, that's going to be strength or dex. It's going to be dex for like projectile weapons and strength for melee weapons. And then your attack bonus if you have one. And that's how you roll. And then any other modifiers. So if you're doing burst fire or anything like that.
Okay. Oh, so it's my turn. Sorry. I was
Yes.
distracted. I'm actually going to pull out both my mono blades, run straight up to it.
That's the thing I forgot to check. I didn't check the ambidextrous rules. I'll just keep saying you can make 2 attacks.
Fair enough.
You don't get your point blank thing because you're melee, but
That's fine. 1d20 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Copy that. Darn it. Damn.
all right, yeah. So 2 misses. You actually hit him, but it just glances off his armor or something. I misspelled wield in that search.
How high do we have to roll to hit?
You got to get at least a 20. Anything higher than a 20 hits. So with his 3 AC, you got to get at least a 17 before your modifiers. So you got a 15% chance to hit flat, essentially. That's his turn. Tacitus, you're up.
I'm gonna take a normal shot.
Okay.
I think that's just 1d20 plus 3. Because I have no modifiers or anything else.
Yep, you don't have a modifier in Dex.
Correct.
Okay.
Off topic there.
Totally misses.
It
Go
looks
ahead.
like we're using the previous version of this sheet.
Maybe?
Because I'm seeing the latest changelog version is 0.0.8 and we're using 0.007.
I wonder if I have this set somewhere accidentally. Hang on one second.
So you might have fixed stuff, but it doesn't look like we're using it.
That's totally possible. It might be that I have this set to the custom version. Yeah, so you miss pretty wildly. I think the alien's going to turn around and attack Lorne. You're at an AC 7. Oh, yes, he hits for 3 damage.
Against myself?
Against you, yeah. So he reaches out and scratches across you. There's rules about what happens when you get hit in a vac suit. Hold on one second. Have a self-healing, but a strike from an edged weapon can overwhelm the repair system. If a character with 10 or fewer hit points is struck by an edged weapon, there's a 50% chance the suit is torn. Suits are equipped with emergency repair patches, but it requires a turn's action to apply one. Exposure to hard vacuum takes 1d20 damage after the first round of exposure, with a physical effect for save for half. You are not in hard vacuum. You are in a pretty nasty environment, though. Can you please roll 1d100? If it's less than 50, you have a tear in your vac suit. You do not have a tear in your vac suit.
Cool.
So he probably scratched at it, but it didn't quite tear it. It just sort of like ripped up the top layer of fabric or whatever. So, yeah. All right, that's his turn. It is Patrick's turn.
Gonna take another burst fire shot.
All right, so you shove your laser rifle in its face and pull the trigger and hold it. And
Fuck.
It fizzles and misses. He sort of juts out of the way at the last second. You just sort of graze him a little bit. You don't do any damage. Yeah, so that's your turn. Lauren, you're up.
Let's try that double attack again.
Nice, you hit. Roll your damage.
Really?
Wah,
Wah, wah, wah, wah, wah. All right, that's your turn. Tacitus, go for it.
I'm gonna take a burst shot. Use the rest of my ammo.
Nice. Do you have any more ammo, like in reserve, or is that all the ammo you
I have
brought?
8 shells. About 20.
Nice. You might want to buy more ammo next time.
Maybe.
We need to get him a badass like shotgun shell chest belt.
Bandolier.
Bandolier.
I think we can do that. I think we worked that out. Ah! Robbed. You added 2. You should have added... Oh, no, you're not point blank anymore. Sorry, buddy. There goes your ammo. This guy is still attacking you, Lauren, because he's got a piece of you now. You taste good. Oh, why is this not working? Come on, buddy. Oh, I'm in the wrong... Duh. Okay, 7. And attack, attack, attack.
I'm gonna dodge that.
Alright. That's probably good playing, because I'm pretty sure you're dead otherwise.
Yeah.
And... hang on 1 second. Exiting this game. Alright. That's his turn. Patrick, you're up.
Shoot another burst fire shot.
Okay.
Miss.
Alright. Settings. No, I have it set to stars without number. I think it's just a raging piece of shit. That's all. They might not have updated it again. Yeah. I'll set it to my custom version at some point and fix it. It's a pain in the these sheets are just terrible. I like it's really nice being able to set up the buttons and shit, but the sheet itself, this particular one, is really bad, and the actual like method by which you make them is really hampered. So, Lauren, it's your turn.
That being said, double mono blade strike. 1 hit,
Nice.
2 hit.
Nice. Do that damage. Nice. So, Lauren, it's -8 and -6. So, you are hit that second time, and you didn't dodge it. You got hit. It hurt. And you actually had a minor tear in your vac suit, and some blood came out. And you did like the Bruce Lee thing. You like took a piece of it on your finger, looked at the thing, put it on your mask where your mouth was, made like a really like screaming like sound, and then just drove both of your mono blades into the thing's head from either side, like right through its neck, and then lifted up and tore its head off, and it plopped down on the ground in front of you, and you like did the enter the dragon thing, and
I just say at the same time, you're not getting any brownies.
And I look right in its face as it rolled across the floor, going, "Game over, man. Game over."
Yeah, so there's this large alien corpse in front of you, and the scrubbers are back on, and the first thing you guys notice is that the little number beneath where it said the pressure relative to like air pressure relative to Earth, it's up around 70 now.
So could we safely remove our vac suits if we so chose?
Yeah, probably.
I want
like probably.
wait maybe a bit more before switching over to the body armor.
It might clean itself up a little bit.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, I couldn't get to the mute button in time. Oh god, that hurt. Okay. Yeah, the number before was bright red, and now it's like yellow. So I suspect when it's green, you'll be okay.
Can I eat up a power cell and reload my rifle?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do that.
Make sure you mark off the power cell, and you're good to go. Yeah. So there's a big corpse in front of you. Does anyone want to try to identify what it is now that you've killed it?
Yeah, let's take some samples.
Well, so I guess you guys can look at it and try to identify what it is, just by like poking at it. Does any of you have tech? Anything?
I have tech, post-tech, and pre-tech.
I guess tech really isn't the right thing. I have
Survival, maybe?
Tech medical would be fine. Culture spacer would also do. Culture traveler, I'd let that one go.
Survival, perhaps?
Survival is more like, if you're in the middle of the woods, you know how to make a fire. Patrick knows what it is. This is a Brailleman corpse.
Oh, good news, guys. Yeah, Peanuts let me know this shit's worth a fuck ton, so we're taking this back to the ship.
Fuck yes.
That's a good plan.
At the very least,
don't
let's
care.
take...
And in fact,
I'll
I
do
think
it.
on a roll of 11, you probably know a little bit about this guy. I'll tell you this, and you can tell me what the rest, whatever you want it to be. It's not one of the ones that will cause the psychoactive bullshit. This is a different kind of Brailleman. But otherwise, you can tell me what you know about it. Just make it up.
Fuck. Not that creative on the fly.
You will learn. If you don't want to make it up now, you can maybe bring it back to
I'll
the
make it
ship
up later,
first.
yeah.
You could do a thorough analysis, and then you'll know what it is. For the record, these things sort of look like this thing sort of looks like a mix between a xenomorph and a hydralisk. It's got sharp talons and sort of a weird shaped head, like a hydralisk or a xenomorph. So, and yeah, it's purple and black. These are things that you also know.
Well, now that the scrubbers are working, why don't we take this thing back to the ship and store it and get it
Feel the air.
refill the air, maybe change, because by the time we get back, the pressure and everything should be normalized. And then we can go and start looking for this person's husband.
Yeah. So you guys going back the way you came?
Yeah, I think so. I will carry the
Sounds a good plan.
main section
I'm just
of the
gonna
corpse.
So I
Follow
think
them. I need
if
to
you
AFK
want to,
for a second.
yeah, that's fine. If you want to carry the corpse, you're going to need to find some sort of like skid or something to put it on. It's pretty tall and pretty big, and it's got a big exoskeleton. It's pretty heavy.
Would the head be enough to retrieve said bounty?
I mean, you'd be able to get something for the head. It wouldn't be the full value of the corpse. Like the corpses, this is a scientific wonder. This is a real big deal. The more you can take back, the more money you're going to make. That said, I mean, you're on a space station. You might be able to find this stuff. So take a look around.
I will definitely take a look around, see if I can find a forklift or something.
Let's see. What can you roll? Go ahead and roll a luck check. Luck save.
Damn it.
Are you also looking, Tacitus?
Yeah, I'll take a peek around, see what I can
Roll
see.
luck save. This is to figure out how long it takes you to find. You're gonna find one. It's just a matter of how long it takes.
Okay. Slight improvement.
I'm gonna assume that Patrick is also looking, and I'll let him roll too. I tried, guys. It's gonna take you at least an hour and a half to find one, which I think is gonna put you at 4 hours total used.
Sounds about right. And that would
yeah,
give
so
us 2 hours to get back.
By the time you're done finding it, like you look around, you find some other stuff, some tools and things that you think might work, but they're not quite right. You eventually find, actually, I guess Patrick finds a room that was like a storage area, and he finds like a grab sled. But it's weird because it's on wheels for some reason. Like, why would you make a grab sled on wheels? That doesn't make any sense. But he brings that out, and it clangs and clacks as it comes along, and you guys will load the corpse onto it. You find like a piece of plywood and plop it on that, and start walking back to the ship. As you're walking, the pressure starts to go back down a little bit as you go, and then it shoots back up as you get to the outer ring. And it's around 90% by the time you get there, and it's glowing green when you arrive there. And you're back out to where you pried open the door, and you're carrying this giant, alien creature that's been decapitated with you. You get around there, and some of the lights have started to turn back on.
Wait, so we're passing the kitchen now?
So the kitchen was totally out of the way. Like you took a wrong turn. You're coming out to where you pried open the door to get on that corridor, right after you saw that neon light that flickered on and off.
Okay.
And what you see, so you come around there, and that neon light is now steady on. And you can actually see into this shop, and it's actually like a little convenience store kind of thing. It's got some food, would have had food. It's got signs for food and stuff. And you see in there that clearly someone has been living in there. There's a bunch of used oxygen tanks. There's a small air scrubber that someone was using to fill those oxygen tanks. There's one connected to it now. And there's various other accoutrements that you can see through the window. What do you guys want to do?
I want to go look to see if the person's still there.
Yeah, so you just walk up to the door.
Yep.
Can you roll a luck check? Yeah, so you go to the door and start to open it, and as you open it, there's something sort of propped above the door, and it falls on your head. Can you take 1 damage?
I can take 1 damage.
As this is happening, a scrawny little man is running at you, and he's got a 2x4. and he tries to hit you with the 2x4, but you kind of grab it and stop it. And he's looking at you. He looks terrified.
Hey, whoa.
He's got like a little like a rebreather mask on, and there's air tank on his side, like strapped to him.
What's going on here, buddy? We're not trying to hurt you.
You got to get in here fast. The lights turn on. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's out there. You got to get in here. It's gonna.
What are you talking about?
No, the thing. It's the. Sir, you. And he's.
Are you talking about McFucking Ugly over there on the grav lift?
And he goes, I don't. And he looks at it and he just passes out. He just like plops down on the ground.
Well, that happened. Okay. Can you two use the grav lift? I guess I get to carry this guy by hand.
Yeah, you pick up. This guy's emaciated. He's like weighs maybe 100 pounds. He's like 5'8", 5'9", but he weighs 100 pounds. All his muscles are atrophied. He's going to hit you with that thing, but it wasn't really going to even do damage. He was like, you were able to stop it just by like putting your hand up, and it didn't even hurt. So you throw him over your shoulder, fireman carry style, and head towards the ship. It takes you another few minutes to get there, but by the time you get there, the oxygen is back 100%, and it's full pressure in most of the ship. Like as you go through, sometimes it dips, but you get back to the docking clamp. You step onto the ship and go through the airlock and bring the guy to med bay and lay him out. And you bring, I imagine, the corpse, the Brailment corpse, down to the cargo hold and put it in some kind of box.
Indeed. And after that, I proceed to go and get some of the brownies that were previously made and bring them back up to med bay.
Damn brownies, man. All right. So he's passed out for a little while, maybe 20 minutes in the med bay. By the time you get back to him, he's sort of coming to, and he looks at you, and you're not wearing your suit anymore, and he goes, sir, who are you? Where am I?
Oh, my name's Lauren Halicard, and this is my ship, the Jack Rose. We're friends.
Oh, Lottie.
Here, do you want a brownie? And I just...
And he doesn't just take a brownie, he takes the plate, and he starts eating, like just can't physically. I haven't eaten in weeks. I've had just what I could scrap out of the kitchen. Oh, that thing. Did you really kill it?
Yeah, we have its corpse in a box right now.
Both of them?
Both of them?
Aye.
There are two of them? Shit.
Aye. There were two.
Well, we at least got one of them. Tell me, what's your name?
Jordan.
Do you happen to have a wife, Jordan?
Aye.
Is her name Amelia?
Aye.
Yay, we found you. We were actually sent here to find you here, Jordan.
Oh my. So I don't remember much of the last few weeks, but what I remember is running from those things and trying to stay out of their way. There were at least two. Is my wife okay?
She's worried sick about you, but yeah, she's fine. Her and Colin.
Aye. Colin. I remember. How long has it been?
Since what?
I
What day
Sir,
did they show up? Do
Lauren,
you know?
Lauren, I don't really remember. It's been a blur. I've been running from that thing for I can't remember the days.
Do you remember the day it happened? Like the date of it?
No, I don't remember anything but being terrified of those things.
Well, as far as we can see, it's been maximum 4 months. Because that's when you arrived at the station.
Aye, she must be worried sick. I have to get home.
And we're going to take you home. It's going to take us a little while, though, because currently we don't have any fuel in our ship.
Hey, there's fuel. There's fuel on the station still.
Why don't we have a discussion with my crew? Because I'm not entirely sure we want to face the other one there, and you're probably the only survivor, unfortunately. And we just might want to scoop instead some fuel.
One second, I'm writing some stuff down. And we're gonna go. Oops, that should be down here. I'm gonna, sir, these brownies, they're wonderful. I don't know what's in them, but they're the best I've ever had, besides my wife's. But if you have some real food, I'd really appreciate some actual food.
I'm sure we can scram something up.
Sir, I can't thank you enough for saving my life.
Of course. Anytime. It's what we're
No,
here
sir.
for.
If you ever need anything, it's yours.
Fair enough. For now, let's worry about getting some fuel in the ship here and then getting you home.
Aye,
Yeah.
sir.
Then maybe we can discuss a little bit of payment just for the trip out here and back.
Absolutely. Anything you need.
Okay. And who knows, we may even just forgo that because the corpse of that thing might get us a massive payday and we'll just completely forgo this thing.
Aye.
Now you get some rest. I'm gonna go talk to my crew.
And so he plops down and he's eaten the entire plate of brownies. Yeah, he's pretty into them. And he just passes out, finally being able to sleep. As you walk, I think the camera sort of zooms out from the ship for a little while and gives a once over, and we see another alien flicking around the outside of the ship. You can see on the outside of the station, and he's heading around the outer ring. He's moving preternaturally fast, like many miles per hour, around the outer ring of the station. And then it goes there. We go to commercial, and we come back, and you're talking to the crew, and everybody's there.
Okay, so I've talked with our guest, and there are a couple things to mention. First off, good news. This is the guy we came to find. Awesome. Bad news. That alien we killed? Yeah, there's another one. And now we come to a critical decision. We can either go back in the station and get fuel for the ship, because we're currently out and we need fuel, or we can try scooping. What do you guys think?
One alien wasn't so bad.
You're not the one that got stabbed by the other one.
That's
It's
true.
a huge potential payday, though, if we go back and kill it.
If we go back and kill it, can we at least rest up and at least let myself not be horribly wounded right now? I would like to be at my best potential, preferably.
Well, if we go back in for fuel, there's a potential of running into it anyway. So if we're going to rest up, we might as well just scoop and go. Get him back home to his wife.
Maybe we could sell the location of this alien.
That is a better idea. I think we won't get as much as the actual corpse itself, but we might actually be able to even scrounge up a similar amount because they may send a massive team to try and capture it alive. I say we do that.
You are the captain.
We could throw up a thing on Space Craigslist.
Indeed, we can.
So, one thing you would know, Patrick, and I think probably during the commercial break you maybe looked. It is broadcasting its beacon again, saying that it's a space station and everything's great and you should come dock here. So.
We never reprogrammed that, did we, guys?
That
We
probably
could blow the
would've been
comma
same.
ray off.
It's a thing you
Good
could do.
point. Could do that.
We might want to consider that. Because that would kind of suck for just a random civilian ship. Attached. Oh, cool. Alien. Dead. Well, that's kind of a dick move. Yeah.
Yeah, I said we just get in the ship and use the ship's laser to fucking blast it.
Yep, then scoop up a full set of fuel and then head back to
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So a full set of fuel is going to take 3 days per component, so that'd be 9 days total. You could also jump to the next system over,
buy it. And
buy it, and then go back. That'd also give you an opportunity to send. I guess you wouldn't want. It wouldn't help to send a message unless there's a faster ship, and there might actually be a faster ship going out of there. So you could send a message ahead of you to tell the lady that you succeeded.
If we do that, we would end up having to more than likely pass through the Conseco system, which I don't think that's something you want to do. Is that right, Patrick?
Well, I'm assuming that we destroyed whatever transmitter they had on me, so they may not, and I haven't gotten any messages, so maybe they're not tracking us anymore, but if they are, it could be bad news. At a minimum for me.
And I think
Potentially the
right
party.
after you say that, like in the show that is this game, the everything pauses and goes silent for a second, and the camera just lilts over to where the screen is and waits, and nothing happens, and it goes back to conversation, just like as if nothing happened. Just everybody pauses for a moment.
Fantastic. We have cleansed Lieutenant Boner successfully.
I thought I was a captain.
No, you're a lieutenant. I called you Lieutenant Boner.
He goes, "No, I am captain now."
Oh, that's right, you are the captain.
Yes, I'm Captain Space Brown. Is Captain of the Jack Rose. Who else?
Guys crack me up. Yeah, so what's your plan? What are you doing?
Scoop for 3 days and go to the neighboring system?
We could do that, or we could scoop for 9 days, fill up completely, and then just head back and not go through the Conseco system. I'm good with either.
So am I.
What's cheaper?
The scoop for 3 days and then move, because then you're saving,
Let's
I
do
think,
that.
6 days total.
All right.
I'm gonna have to do another faction turn, so at this point I don't really care. But the more time that we can save, the better.
Why don't we scoop for 3 days, move over, fill up on fuel at a neighboring system, and then head back?
Okay.
Because that will be cheaper in the long run. So I'm going to mark off 3 full life days worth. So that would be 15.
Yeah. And that's you getting 1 point of fuel, so you can jump up to Belanda, which is actually where you guys started.
Yeah, let's jump up to Belanda. That would be another 3 days.
Yeah. We need to make a navigation roll for that.
I am going to make a navigation roll.
That would be awesome.
You do not have your reroll, by the way. It has not been an hour.
I don't recall re-rolling anything.
No, that will Patrick.
Oh,
did
that
the
was Patrick.
reroll.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have your reroll, Patrick.
So did we blow the comma ray before we left? Did we decide on that?
Yes.
We did blow that up.
Okay, then someone
Okay.
needs to make a combat gunnery check.
Oh. I can do is not trained, but I can. Does anyone have it trained?
I don't.
No.
I don't think Ziggy does either.
I guess I'll do it then.
Are we detached from the station first?
I would imagine
you can't.
so.
There's not a physical angle you can have to.
Okay.
Your guns won't let you, basically.
I think I hit it.
So you hit it and blow off the comm array without doing any collateral damage.
Cool.
Okay.
Before we leave the system, can we like do a scan on the ship? Do we have like ship sensors?
Your computer guy can.
I mean, I just want to make sure we're not bringing anything we're not expecting to bring.
So what exactly do you want to scan? Like what?
Life
What are you looking
forms
for? You're looking
that
for
aren't human.
number of life forms on the ship. It's not that specific. You can determine that there are life forms on the ship and how many there are, assuming they're not close.
Are you
together.
trying to like make sure that the fucking xenomorph isn't on top of our ship after we docked?
Probably be a good plan.
Yeah, I can see that. It's probably
Go ahead and make your
idea.
computers check, Patrick. Yeah, so I think what happens here is you're making this computer check. You start looking at the sensor and you see 4 blips on the screen, and then 1 in medbay. Or actually 2 in medbay because it's Ziggy is in there doing his thing with this other guy, and there's 3 of you on the bridge. And you look at it and go, yeah, this looks fine. There's 5 blips here, and then the camera backs out from you. And it continues to back out and back out and back out, and it goes to the outside of the ship, and everything looks just fine. You're just flying off into space, and you're about to jump into spike space, and on the screen, just a little flash of a black tail jumps across the screen, just fast enough that you're not really sure if you saw it, and you're in spike space. So make your navigation roll. Oh, yes!
What happened?
He failed his navigation check.
I realized that. I mean, like, what happens because of that?
So if you're not going to re-roll it, which you can do,
I'm gonna re-roll it. Sorry.
go ahead and re-roll.
Just have to deal with it.
You'll fail one of
You
these days.
literally can't do any worse.
Oh, you succeed.
That's awesome.
All right. So you jump into the Belanda system,
Correct.
and you can hook up to a stellar gas station. You don't even have to land on a planet. You can just sell a gas station and fuel up. That took you 3 days. So how many days have passed so far?
Since we have left, that would be 6 days. That would mean it is October 6th.
Okay, so we're ticked over to October 6th. So I think it's 27 days total.
27 since we started, you mean?
Yeah, I have 27 written down. It's 30 days past September, April, June. So yeah, it should actually, I think it should be the 7th.
Hang on. I gotta fix my sheets doing stupid things. Where's that? There it is.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm here, sorry.
Are you there? Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm here too.
I have written down that there are 27 days total.
What the heck did I just do? It's 3295 or 3259 for the year.
3259 is a year.
Yeah.
We started on September 10th, and then there were 27 days because that's basically jumps and scoops take about the same amount of time. So 27 days have happened so far. We haven't actually ticked over a day without traveling. So
Wait,
there were 30 days in September. So 27 plus 10 is 37. Minus 30 is the 7th.
is it?
It's October 7th.
I thought it was October 5th, because 3 days to scoop, 3 days to jump.
Yes, but you understand the problem. You started on the 10th. You have only done things that take 3 days at a time. There's no way it can be the 5th. Right?
We started on September 10th.
Yes. You've jumped a bunch of times, but everything you've done has taken 3 day increments.
Right. I guess
So,
maybe I was just...
There is my point is there's no way it can be the 5th. It can be the 4th or the 7th.
Did I do
There's
my
no
math
there's no
wrong?
multiple of 3 that ends in 35 or 25 rather. You can't make 25 out of 3s. It just doesn't work.
I probably just did my math wrong. It will
So
end
let's
up
say
being the
let's say
7th.
it's the 4th. We'll split the difference. It's the 4th. That's
Okay.
good for B2 because it means it'll be less likely I have to do another faction turn next time.
Fair enough.
It's
the 4th.
Okay. So, yeah, you're in the Belanda system. You can fuel up here. You don't have to land or anything. You probably get another, like, a message from the people you work for the other week who had you deliver stuff. And it just says, if you're looking for jobs, contact the United Societies or Unified Societies job center, et cetera, et cetera. It gives you some details. Otherwise, no interesting messages come in. You do actually get one from Amelia asking what the status update was, because it's been about 2 weeks or so. She's just curious if you've gotten there, if everything's okay, have you found him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Can we send back just a selfie in the medical bay of us?
So at the end of the message, she did attach a picture of Colin, her son, and his dog, and they were playing. And she's like, "Can you show this to him when you find him, or at the very least, leave it with him?" Sort of like the morbid part. And I think you can definitely send back a selfie with him eating some brownies, perhaps. Yeah, so you can definitely do that. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you send back the selfie, and I guess you start heading back towards Minushi.
Well, before we leave, maybe we should let someone know about Derelict Station with the alien on it.
I figured we were gonna put up a fucking Craigslist ad saying we have a location of a alien.
A Braille
Okay.
that you could potentially capture.
Yep.
We could put up the ad now.
Because we're going to be
Yes.
waiting for 3 days for everything to recharge and stuff anyway. So we would be doing it during those 3 days. Before then, it's still 200 for a fuel unit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just taking care of that math now.
All right. So once you get your fuel, go ahead and just make 3 navigation checks. Boom, boom, boom. And we will figure out where you go. That's going to be 24 plus 9 is 30 something.
1 success.
It's a fail.
Should I make another one?
Not yet. Roll 3d6. So the ship was off course, but you detected it early. Make another navigation check. All right, you passed that one. You're in Kenseco now. Make your last one. And another pass. So you arrive on Surer 9 days later. I think it's just sort of like a montage mode. It's just you see you jumping, jumping, jumping. You're taking more selfies. Colin's getting pretty excited about getting home finally. He does talk to you, Patrick, at least once. He's just chatting, and he mentions that he owes a lot of money to a lot of people, including the New Dawn Pact, and he's heard of you.
You owe those bastards money too? How much?
Enough that they keep an eye on me, but not enough that they come after me. As long as I keep working and making a few payments here and there. But
Yeah,
I've heard
I
of
went
you.
past that a long time ago.
You made them pretty angry, my friend.
Yeah. I
Aye.
sort of turned stateside evidence against a couple of
Aye.
big names.
I heard.
It wasn't good.
My friend, listen. You got me out of the right spot. I have a friend. He's high up in the government. He's the guy who's going to meet on Brackhill. It wasn't for any engineering job. It's going to work for... Well, I can't talk about it. But I'm going to give him your name. And he's going to help you.
I appreciate that.
All right. If you see anything about... And he sort of leans in. The circumference. You make sure to pay attention.
All right, man. I will.
And he sort of looks back and forth and he goes, all right. And he goes back to eating whatever. He's been eating a lot just to try to like get himself back into shape. He's looking a lot better. You arrive on Surer and the, there's, as you're docking, a blip comes over the comms from the docking authority, like the port authority essentially. And it says, Jack Rose, identify. There's a problem with your docking procedure.
How so?
You just need to hold up a minute. Sorry, sir. It's just going to take another minute here. There's someone. Sir, I don't know how to tell you. There's a car in your docking spot. We don't want you to crush it. Just give us a minute. We're going to take care of it. That's a fucking lady. And you just hear him sort of mumble, and he's like, just hover for like 10 minutes, and we'll take care of it.
Okay. Can you ever practice?
Commencing hovering.
Oh yeah.
So
and you just see
hover.
us put on like those shades. You see, like, can't touch this.
So you guys hover there for a minute, and you hear. So the comm is still open, and what you hear is the docking authority guy is yelling, and you hear Scottish. It's just intense. Like, I'm not going. Like, just grumpy. Blah blah blah. I'm going to be right here. And eventually he says, "All right, you're clear to land. We moved the debris. Sorry about that. It'll just go ahead and land. Just watch out. There's a crazy woman here. Just it's okay." And so you guys can land freely. Ship plops down, and in typical 80s style, as the lower back of the ship drops down, you see Jordan McCoynigan on one side and Amelia McCoynigan on the other side, and the music starts playing, and they run towards each other, and it's a happy reunion thing. So they meet up with each other, and it's very sappy, romantic bullshit. And you guys walk out behind, and Amelia goes, "Oh, I can't thank you enough. Oh, you found him. And he's alive, but you're thin as, oh dear. You're gonna and she's like hemming, and she can't contain herself. And Jordan just looks at all of you, and he shakes his head, or he nods his head, and he goes, "I can't thank you enough. If you ever need an engineer for anything, you call me. Anything you want, it's on the house."
Will do. And I have a proposal, since I heard you mention this in passing. If I can provide the materials, I want to have a space brownie cook-off with your wife. See who is the superior baker.
And I feel like Amelia walks up to you. She's like 5'2". You're like almost like what, 5'8", 5'9", something like that.
I said
she walks up to you. Yeah, 5'10". She walks up to you, gets inches from you, holds her finger up at your nose, and goes, "Son, you kinda beat me in a bake-off. You kinda beat me at all." And she's like holding her finger up at your nose, and it's freeze frame. There's like, it's like laughing freeze frame, and that's the end. And credits roll. And we'll deal with the actual bake-off next week. We'll just figure out. I'll figure out some rules that you're gonna have to roll something, and we'll figure out if you win or not.
Hey, we had a happy ending. All right.
Yeah. I did not plan for that to go quite so happily, but you managed to kill that thing and not run away. So there you go, happy ending.
We never put up the Craigslist ad yet, did we?
You can put that up in the interim week, and I'll figure out what happens. It might be a little while before that sells, essentially.
Fair enough.
It'll be like, it'll take a week or two, and then someone will be like, "Oh yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1." And
We could use the subreddit for this, actually, right? We could post it on the subreddit.
yeah, if you want to, actually, that's a perfect idea. Post a message on Spacelist on the subreddit as what your character would put. One of you do that. I don't care who. Post what you would post on Spacelist, and I'll have a character react to it.
Is there a legitimate Spaceless Reddit?
No, just post it on Big Damn Heroes and say prefix it with like Spacelist. So it'd be like open square bracket Spacelist close square bracket, and then whatever you want to put there. That's a great idea. I like that idea a lot. You can have 50 XP.
Yes.
I don't know that anybody had a goal completed. I don't think anybody had their belief get them into trouble. If anybody wants to contest that, go ahead and let me know.
Nope.
And then that means no XP. So, besides the good idea XP. Yeah, so someone can post a thing on Spacelist. I'll figure out what we got to do for brownies. I guess. See, the issue is normally be like, oh, you need a profession cook, not profession metal worker. I don't know.
It's part of my secret recipe.
Cooking the brownies with a welding torch.
I'm gonna say you can do culture steward.
Culture steward.
Oh, not culture steward. I'm sorry, you're just a steward. That is
Okay.
that is the closest. Or no, artist, because you are an artiste, sir.
I am an artiste.
You can do an artist role. She's gonna do an artist role. She is a very good cook. You can do it now if you want.
F it, we'll do it. That would be against, I would assume, my charisma.
An artist role? No, this is you're cooking. You're gonna do this against your
Yeah.
intelligence. Wisdom.
Wisdom it is. That's a decent one
You
for
can,
me.
well, you can pick intelligence or wisdom. I'll let you pick either.
Wisdom it is. Damn it!
She blows you out of the water, dude.
Damn it.
Your brownies. So it's not that your brownies are bad. It's that hers are better. See, yours. I wish it was chocolate chip. Like, I wish it was cookies because I know more about cookies and I like cookies better than brownies. But the issue with yours is not that they're bad. Like, they're chocolatey, they're good, they're fudgy, but they fall apart and you can't hold them. And somehow she's managed to get the same texture and the same flavor, but they hold themselves together. And they actually, you can hold them in your hand and have a glass of milk next to it and eat them at once without it falling apart in your hand and leaving your hand a mess. They never leave any marks. There's no residue when you're done. It doesn't taste greasy. It's perfect. These are perfect brownies. You have never seen their like.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
All of Lauren's brownies came from the middle, but all of her brownies came from the edge of the pan.
She actually did use a special pan to make them all edge brownies.
Edge brownies are superior.
You have a pan for
completely-
that.
I completely agree. And in the future, all other kinds of brownies are banned. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so you definitely succeeded. Did you want to try to get payment from them, or?
Nah, I think that corpse would be enough, don't you think, guys?
What about our fuel costs?
We still have a good amount in the ship fund.
So who has a business skill, if any of you?
I have a bureaucracy skill, I think. Yeah, no.
I gotta find a way to use the bureaucracy skill. I don't even know. There's gonna be at some
One
point.
day.
It's gonna be like.
We'll need to get some form filled out.
Actually,
Maybe I
that
should've read the
totally should have been the
contract,
contract role. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. No, like, if any of you have business, then you can roll. If none of you have business, then you can all roll. And I will
have
give you
business.
some indication of how much that thing is worth that you have in your cargo hold.
Okay. Is it against int?
Yes. Patrick and Tacitus, you believe that it is worth on the order of 150 to 200,000 credits. Lauren, you think it's worth, you're just angry about your brownies, and you think it's worth about 6 pounds of chocolate. So it's probably worth a lot to the right buyer, but you're going to have to sell it. And it is...
You need to make a separate listing
Yeah.
for that one?
Yeah, but it needs to be surreptitious. So, like, both of these things are... It's not illegal, but, like, transporting them across, national lines, maybe not kosher.
I have culture criminal. Would that help me, like,
Yes,
figure
actually,
out where to...
Go ahead and roll culture criminal. I will tell you...
I actually technically have that too.
Yes, you can roll 2. Yeah, so...
Criminals and brigands, the both of you.
So Lauren, you're still mad about it. You know, like, you're thinking of ways to steal the recipe. Like, you're not happy about this, that you lost. However, here's what you know, Patrick. You know that the Brailment are a hot commodity. Their street value ranges in the hundreds of thousands of credits, depending on the type. Some of them, the smaller ones, are worth less. Some of them, bigger ones, are worth more. There are some really huge ones out on the market. They're kind of a gray market. It's not illegal to transmit them, but they're so valuable as scientific artifacts that a lot of times the government will pretend it's illegal to confiscate them so that they can use them for their projects. So there are some terms that people use to reference the notion that they have this stuff. There's like sort of like industry language, essentially, or criminal underworld language that you can use to say, hey, I have some items that might relate to the Brailment, which were the aliens that you attacked and captured here. And you can make those up when you write the thing. You can tell people what they are or whatever. Just be like, yeah, this is actually called, it's called a hot tamale, and that's, I got some hot tamales that I want to sell. That's what I have. Or, I'm working with some kind of old, weapon that doesn't actually exist, and it's actually a code word for Brailment corpses. And so, yeah, that's how people talk about them, just so that they're not on the radar of the government. Sort of in the same way you might do that with, say, a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Not that I know anything about drug dealers. I really don't.
I'd like to rent a lady for 200 kisses a night.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be a little bit on the nose like that too, because this is supposed to be like a TV show, kind of funny. But yeah. There you go.
Okay. So 2 space Craigslist ads. One for the corpse, one for the information.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, actually, let me generate something real quick. So you rolled an 11, which is pretty fucking good on that roll. You know a guy that might be interested. His name is Nikolai Denev. I'll write that in chat for you. And he is a researcher from ASA. Peneleus, actually. Okay. And let me write my notes here real quick. Found that. And let's see. So what did we do today? We completed a mission. Had the bake off. We don't have to do that.
We failed a mission.
Failed a mission. That's true. Failed mission with Alistair. I think he's probably caught up in the system. You probably won't see him again. But I'm gonna write them down anyway, just in case. Alistair Whittaker Price 3. He is from Manushi Idol Leah. British RP. Rich guy. And he hates your ass. You got him arrested. And you rolled well, so make him like a 4. So I keep track of all the NPCs that I create in the spreadsheet, and I mark down their relationship with you guys so that I remember later. And you might run into them when you need something. And let's see. So at the end of this thing, I think 33 days total have passed, which means it is the 13th of October. Right?
Yes.
Let me go ahead and pull that guy down. And home. I don't think we have any. I don't think we have anything else to do. I think we're good.
I think we are.
All right, thanks everybody. Good
Thanks.
session. You guys saved the dude and killed the alien. The
Coming
Emperor
to
was
theaters
really-
this fall.
Yeah.
Somewhere a princess is getting banged right now.
somewhere. Somewhere.
Okay, I'm out.
All right, later, dude.
All right.
Later.
Later, guys.
Good
Bye.
session.